Tonight, we're diving into the events and fallout of the Second Gulf War, a major conflict that kicked off in 2003 when the US led the charge into Iraq. The fall of Saddam Hussein and everything that followed really changed the game for international relations, leaving a big mark on global politics and the Middle East. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you want to stay in the loop. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. I'm sure my soothing reading will defeat your insomnia as if it were a pesky cold. Now dim your lights, grab a warm blanket, and let's get straight to it. The Second Gulf War, sometimes known as the 2003 Iraq War, did not start immediately. Its origins were intertwined in the aftermath of the First Gulf War, post 9/11's fears, and the legacy of United Nations sanctions that had weighed hard on Iraqi culture. Following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in the early 1990s, the US-led coalition launched Operation Desert Storm, which brought Iraq into submission. The official fighting ended quickly, but the following peace was far from stable. Economic sanctions have a significant impact on trade and the quality of life for ordinary Iraqis. Meanwhile, reports circulated that Saddam's regime possessed elusive weapons of mass devastation, WMDs, raising Western concerns. Throughout the 1990s, UN weapons inspectors combed Iraqi locations for chemical, biological, and nuclear programs. Occasionally, they found fragments, but most of the time, their efforts were halted. The inspections were hampered by cat-and-mouse tactics. UN teams accused Iraq of concealing evidence, while Baghdad said the West tried to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. The rest of the Middle East watched anxiously, fearful that any new confrontation would upend a region already reeling from Palestinian-Israeli tensions and the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. Then followed the seismic event that altered world politics, the 9/11 attacks on the United States. Al-Qaeda's attack sparked a surge of fear and indignation, pushing the George W. Bush government to declare a global war on terrorism. Although Iraq had no documented links to 9/11, the administration quickly identified Saddam's regime as a possible threat. The danger was that terrorist groups may gain lethal technologies from rogue states, and Saddam's unpredictability made him an accessible target for the Americans. Speeches in Washington evoked a new moral clarity. Either you supported the United States or the terrorists. Diplomacy in the early 2000s was complex. European allies were divided. The United Kingdom supported the American position, while France and Germany warned that an unprovoked war could inflame the Middle East. In the United Nations Security Council, US officials claimed Iraq was violating numerous resolutions, notably those pertaining to WMD programs. Meanwhile, Hans Blix and other inspectors returned to Iraq, inspecting sites ranging from desert bunkers to elegant homes. They issued cautious reports, stating that they had yet to locate conclusive evidence of WMDs and were uncertain. However, the White House and Downing Street insisted that Saddam had perfected evasion methods, citing previously contested intelligence on a chemical and biological stocks. Public opinion around the world was sharply divided. In America, memories of 9/11 were still fresh. A sizable proportion of citizens supported the administration's attitude, believing that neutralizing any threats was critical. Others questioned the intelligence, pushing for stronger evidence. The largest anti-war protests since Vietnam erupted in global capitals, London, Rome, Sydney, and elsewhere, where protesters criticised the march as a war of choice. Skeptics demanded definitive evidence, apprehensive about a replay of previous tragedies where erroneous or fabricated data ignited hostilities. Iraqis, meanwhile, braced for the worst. After 12 years of grinding sanctions and periodic bombing campaigns in the so-called no-fly zones, many people were pessimistic. International journalists who visited Baghdad described a strange mix of defiance and fatalism. State-run media broadcast propaganda about Iraq's resilience, while ordinary citizens speculated about escaping or storing supplies. Saddam's administration bragged of a mother of all battles, but behind the scenes, fissures formed in Iraq's once powerful military machinery. Some generals suspected that a second conflict with the United States, particularly one that could result in a full-fledged invasion, would be disastrous. The Bush administration and its closest allies, particularly Britain under Prime Minister Tony Blair, secretly established a timeline. They maintained that Saddam had ignored international demands for more than a decade. The United Nations debated a new resolution explicitly authorizing action. prompting the United States and the United Kingdom to argue that previous resolutions gave adequate legal backing. Countries such as Poland and Australia joined the coalition, while others resisted. The last countdown began. From mid-2002 until early 2003, rhetorical intensity skyrocketed. The expression coalition of the willing became popular, referring to countries that agreed to cooperate with the United States. Officials at the Pentagon devised comprehensive plans for shock and awe, a technique designed to overwhelm Iraqi defences with overwhelming aerial bombardment and rapid ground attacks. Meanwhile, anti-war movements organised protests and demonstrations. ISIS set up human shields in Baghdad, while US Marines practiced manoeuvres in the sweltering Kuwaiti desert. The drumbeat of war grew louder, reverberating across dinner tables, television channels, and diplomatic hallways around the world. In that tense atmosphere, the last spark was poised to ignite. The first salvo of the US-led invasion lit up the skies over Baghdad on March 20th, 2003. Hundreds of cruise missiles and precision bombs were dropped on important government buildings, communication centres, and military locations, putting the shock and awe concept into practice. Western journalists locked up in city hotels aired live photos of the nocturnal assault, which featured tracer fire shooting across the horizon and ominous rumbles as bombs hit their targets. Many observers remembered the spectacle of the 1991 Desert Storm campaign, but its aftermath felt grander and more final. The goal was no longer only to liberate Kuwait, but to overthrow Saddam Hussein completely. Within hours, coalition ground forces had crossed the Kuwaiti border into southern Iraq. American and British columns, led by tanks and motorised infantry, moved quickly through desert terrain. Some Iraqi battalions collapsed without a fight, while isolated pockets of resistance set up intermittent fortifications around vital towns. The coalition's technological advantage was stark. Computerized command systems, improved night vision equipment, and precision air support outperformed the outdated Soviet-era munitions on which many Iraqi soldiers relied. Observers were amazed at the rapidity with which the US Army's 3rd Infantry Division advanced north. Despite the blitzkrieg, mayhem ensued in unexpected places. In southern cities such as Basra, irregular forces loyal to Saddam staged ambushes. The embedded media, reporters accompanying military units, captured scenes of joy from residents pleased to see Saddam's grasp loosen. Others, however, remained wary, unsure whether the invaders were liberators or occupiers. Some Iraqi conscripts surrendered at the first opportunity, while others fought hard out of loyalty or fear of retaliation. The desert, meanwhile, provided no obvious refuge, with dust storms reducing vision to a few metres. Days into the campaign, the seizure of the southern oil fields became a priority. Coalition strategists intended to keep them intact to avoid environmental calamities such as the 1991 oil well fires. At the same time, they intended to save Iraq's oil infrastructure for the post-Saddam era. Civilians nearby were concerned about collateral damage, as pipelines and refineries studded the area. Sporadic fires sprang out when retreating Iraqi forces ignited installations, but the coalition was able to prevent widespread devastation. Baghdad, for its part, remained under aerial siege. State television carried Saddam's belligerent comments, while rumours circulated that he was on the run or sheltering in underground bunkers. Iraqi soldiers established defence lines on the outskirts of the capital, but coalition gunfire overshadowed the full might of Saddam's elite formations, the Republican Guard. Meanwhile, propaganda pamphlets showered down from coalition aircraft, pushing Iraqi troops to surrender. Some took notice, but others persisted in harassing ambushes with small weapons and rocket-propelled grenades. The international reaction was scattered. Some states condemned the invasion as illegitimate without a new United Nations mandate, and global protests erupted, dwarfing even pre-war rallies. However, the White House felt that Saddam's regime posed a global threat. British Prime Minister Tony Blair reiterated that reasoning, betting his political future on the war's outcome and the eventual finding of banned weapons. Critics requested verification of the WMD stockpiles that had been key to the war's premise, but none has emerged. Coalition leaders emphasised that the search would take time. Morale on the coalition's front lines was uneven. Many soldiers believed they were rescuing Iraq from tyranny, while others were concerned about the confusing intelligence assertions. Combat pressures increased. Friendly fire occurrences, particularly among Allied forces, exacerbated catastrophe. There have been reports of journalists being killed or wounded, raising concerns about the delicate balance between media access and operational security. Meanwhile, embedded reporters provided unfiltered footage of advanced surgical attacks and civilian losses, shocking viewers around the world. As March progressed into April, the struggle for Baghdad neared. Coalition convoys avoided smaller cities to maintain pace toward the capital, leaving Iraqi fighting strongholds behind. The rumour in the corridors of power was that if Baghdad fell, Saddam's authority would dissolve quickly, revealing the elusive WMD stores. Some in Washington expected Iraqis to greet the coalition with roses. However, a few experienced analysts cautioned that overthrowing a dictatorship was easier than stabilising a broken nation. They cited ethnic divisions, long-suppressed religious tensions, and the possibility that Saddam's fall could unleash pandemonium. For now, the primary attention was on the capital, which served as Saddam's administrative headquarters. Coalition troops positioned themselves on Baghdad's outskirts, conducting probing raids into neighbourhoods. Iraqi defenders reacted with mortar and small arms fire, but the difference in technology and coordination proved fatal for the regime's conventional forces. Saddam's television appearances became less regular, prompting speculation that he had left or was dead. Still, the final push into Baghdad's core was expected to be historic, marking the end of an era and the beginning of new territory. By early April 2003, coalition forces had ringed Baghdad and launched quick raids that tested Iraqi defenders' commitment. US armoured vehicles rumbled down main thoroughfares, facing occasional resistance from Republican Guard remnants and armed militias. The approach was based on exhibiting overwhelming superiority, a show of power intended to destabilise Saddam Hussein's command. Journalists embedded with frontline troops transmitted spectacular footage of tanks rolling past major landmarks, while loudspeakers implored Iraqi soldiers to lay down their weapons. On April 9th, photographs emerged of Iraqi civilians toppling a Saddam statue in Baghdad's Firdos Square, which sparked global curiosity. Western media repeatedly aired the footage, presenting it as a symbolic end to the tyranny. Some Baghdadis did celebrate the invasion, ripping down portraits of the tyrant, but the mood was not uniformly positive. Many people, unsure what the new power vacuum meant, remained indoors, closing stores and waiting to see if the foreign tanks would stay. The city's infrastructure teetered beneath the weight of war. Water systems faltered, electrical networks flickered, and looters raided government buildings. The coalition faced disarray due to the lack of a defined framework for rapid governance. The former system had disintegrated unexpectedly quickly, leaving no transitional authority. Ministries were raided for furniture, data, and even rare artifacts. The National Museum of Iraq was particularly badly looted, with thousands of antiques disappearing into the black market. Soldiers on the ground were provided no guidance on how to put an end to the anarchy. Many were trained for battle rather than policing. Iraqi residents, angered by the lawlessness, wondered if the coalition was disinterested or just unprepared. Meanwhile, Saddam's whereabouts remained unknown. Rumours circulated that he had gone to Tikrit, his homeland, or maybe into neighbouring nations. Coalition intelligence followed leads, carried out raids on potential hideouts, and interrogated captured officials. Some of Saddam's lieutenants were detained, including the notorious deck of cards system, which identified each high-regime figure as a playing card. However, Hussein managed to elude capture, adding to the mystery. Without a formal acknowledgement of his fate, Baghdad's swift collapse was marred by a sense of incompleteness. Diplomatically, President George W. Bush declared mission accomplished prematurely, assuming major combat operations had concluded. Some observers interpreted the words literally, anticipating Iraq's swift transformation into a stable democracy. Others cautioned that the genuine conflict had just commenced. Occupation forces were supposed to restore basic services, organise elections, and uncover the infamous WMD stash. But as the weeks passed, no caches appeared. Doubts increased. The government argued that the search was still ongoing, and that Saddam's regime had either deeply concealed or moved materials to Allied states. However, despite searching warehouses, labs, and palaces, field teams found nothing. In the void left by Saddam's demise, numerous groups competed for power. Shiite groups in the south, long oppressed by the Sunni-dominated state, tried to build a new political system. Kurdish forces in the north held on to their semi-autonomous pockets, hoping for greater independence. Sunni Arabs, formerly privileged, have an uncertain future. Added to the mix were jihadi forces eager to take advantage of the disarray. The coalition leadership, constituted under the Coalition Provisional Authority, CPA, faced the Herculean challenge of overcoming these gaps. When L. Paul Bremer III took over as the leader of the CPA, he issued broad directives like disbanding the Iraqi army and prohibiting Ba'ath Party officials from holding public office. Though intended to remove relics of Saddam's despotism, these actions also put numerous soldiers and bureaucrats out of employment. Unemployed, humiliated, and frequently armed, many ex-Baathists turned to rebellion. By late spring 2003, minor explosions and ambushes had become commonplace. A new wave of conflict erupted, with fewer set-piece battles and more roadside IEDs, kidnappings, and sectarian assassinations. Soldiers patrolling neighbourhoods saw ambiguous situations. Was the man with the cell phone and scowl really disgruntled, or was he setting off an explosive device? Confidence that the war had ended gave way to a creeping suspicion that it had only changed forms. Despite the increasing conflict, ordinary Iraqis struggled to return to normal life. Children returned to half-functional schools. Vendors sold produce on the streets littered with potholes caused by tank treads. Families placed their hopes in distant relatives who had migrated overseas, anticipating remittances or sponsorship for relocation. A once centralised police force was dismantled overnight, replaced by hurriedly established units with little expertise or local confidence. The initial joy of liberty, which existed in some areas, was eclipsed by the burden of daily insecurity. Even as the coalition worked up plans for an interim government, the insurgency and sectarian divisions deepened, threatening to eclipse the success of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Throughout late 2003 and early 2004, Iraq's expanding insurgency took on several forms. Former Ba'ath loyalists, nationalist groups opposed to occupation, foreign militants influenced by al-Qaeda ideology, and local militias with sectarian agendas. Notable flashpoints appeared. Fallujah, a Sunni bastion west of Baghdad, became a symbol of defiance following a series of violent clashes with American forces. Images of ambushed contractors' bodies being desecrated on a bridge in Fallujah outraged the American people, fueling calls for a forceful military reaction. 2 major attacks on the city in April and November 2004 resulted in severe urban battles reminiscent of previous wars, destroying vast sections of neighbourhoods and escalating hostility among inhabitants. At the same time, in Baghdad, the infamous Abu Ghraib prison controversy broke out. Photographs emerged showing US forces insulting and abusing Iraqi detainees, sparking global outrage. Many Iraqis, who were already dubious of the occupation's objectives, saw these photographs as confirmation of their darkest worries about Western disrespect for human decency. In the West, discussions raged over whether these were isolated occurrences or indicative of broader issues with incarceration and information collecting. The US military rushed to investigate, court-martialing certain soldiers while senior leadership swore the behaviour was not allowed. Nonetheless, the impact on America's moral position was evident. Against this environment, the Coalition Provisional Authority fought to restore Iraqi administration. Several exiled politicians returned to establish the Iraqi Governing Council. While some represented legitimate groups, others were perceived as opportunists, having spent decades abroad. The CPA's plan for transferring sovereignty to an interim Iraqi government took shape in mid-2004. The government led by L. Paul Bremer came to an end, and Iraq's interim leadership took over. However, real power remained tied to coalition forces and bases, which were anchored by the substantial US military presence. In everyday life, sectarian differences grew. Shiite and Sunni tensions rose, particularly in mixed cities such as Baghdad, Mosul, and Bakuba. Kidnappings, targeted killings, and bombs became alarmingly common. The Mahdi army, led by youthful cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, confronted the United States in Shiite areas, notably the holy city of Najaf. Meanwhile, foreign extremist groups, including one led by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, staged suicide attacks, instilling dread. The desire to quickly establish a stable democracy began to appear unduly optimistic. The alliance increasingly confronted a guerrilla battle with murky front lines and an even murkier understanding of who the true enemy was. Back in the United States, popular sentiment changed. The mission accomplished moment had faded into memory, replaced by a steady drumbeat of sad news, rising casualties, roadside bombs, IEDs, wreaking havoc on convoys, and new videotapes from rebel organisations boasting of kidnappings and beheadings. Critics chastised the Bush administration for failing to anticipate the occupation's complexities, while proponents argued that media coverage ignored progress, including newly opened schools, infrastructure renovations, and the emergence of free press in certain places. Regardless, tensions rose, particularly during the 2004 US presidential election, when incumbent George W. Bush and challenger John Kerry clashed over the Iraq War. Bush maintained that steady perseverance was required to defeat terrorism, whereas Kerry questioned the rationale for the war and the conduct of the occupation. One watershed point was the capture of Saddam Hussein himself in December 2003. Saddam was found hiding in a spider hole near his hometown, and his arrest brought a symbolic finality by removing the dictator who had loomed over Iraqi affairs for decades. The alliance hailed it as proof of success, yet the insurgency persisted, no longer relying on Saddam's personal leadership. The Iraqi judiciary tried him in a difficult case intended to provide Iraqis with a sense of justice after decades of brutality under Ba'athist rule. Even that high-profile event did little to stop daily violence. For many militants, the conflict had devolved into a struggle against foreign occupation or a new battleground for extremist ideology. Despite the gloom, little pockets of hope appeared. Some communities discovered municipal governments that worked efficiently with coalition soldiers to rebuild roads, reopen marketplaces, and restore a sense of normalcy. Women activists in specific locations have developed networks to advocate for political representation in the following elections. International non-governmental organisations, NGOs, arrived with humanitarian supplies, providing basic medical treatment and training programs. However, each step forward felt risky, as bomb blasts could strike anywhere, from a packed cafe to the courtyard of a Shia mosque at prayer time. By the end of 2004, the term quagmire had crept into discussion, alluding to comparisons with past conflicts in which a swift victory devolved into a lengthy battle. Military units returned home, replaced by new troops who inherited neighbourhoods seething with resentment or dread. Many service personnel grumbled that the purpose wasn't clear. Were they there to rebuild, police, or conduct counter-terror raids? In Washington, officials promised that training Iraqi security forces would reduce the coalition's workload. Indeed, plans were progressed to establish a new Iraqi army and police force. It was unclear if such forces would prove capable or just reflect sectarian loyalties. The Bush administration hailed the first multi-party elections in Iraq since Saddam's fall as evidence of democratic development. Despite concerns of rebel attacks, millions of Iraqis lined up at polling places, soaking their fingers in purple ink to prevent repeat voting. The photographs of proud voters, some dressed in traditional clothing, brought a rare moment of hope. However, the vote was fragmented along ethnic and sectarian lines. Shiite-led blocs dominated, while many Sunnis boycotted, believing the process was rigged or illegitimate under foreign occupation. Still, provisional administration emerged, promising to produce a permanent constitution. International advisors lingered, providing advice on everything from voting rules to judicial reform. However, bringing Shiite, Sunni and Kurdish forces together in a hostile atmosphere was no simple task. Debates emerged about federalism, resource sharing, particularly oil, and the role of Islamic law. Meanwhile, sectarian bloodshed persisted. Disgruntled Sunni populations, feeling neglected, provided fertile ground for insurgency recruitment. Extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda in Iraq took advantage of the vacuum, claiming to defend Sunni interests while imposing ruthless tactics on local communities. The alliance hoped to establish an Iraqi security apparatus capable of operating independently. Training camps produced police and army recruits, while militias infiltrated the ranks. On occasion, newly formed troops broke under pressure, dropping weapons during firefights. In certain locations, police stations were more influenced by local tribal leaders or sectarian militias than by the central government. Coalition commanders recognized that they were dealing with a multifaceted conflict. Building a loyal security force necessitated bridging past rivalries and ensuring that power distribution did not alienate any one party. The tightrope act frequently faltered. Sectarian violence erupted in 2006 after the bombing of Samara's Al-Askari Mosque, a venerated Shia shrine. The vengeance was quick and savage. Sunni mosques were targeted in retaliation, triggering a continuing cycle of vengeance. In Baghdad, districts were transformed into enclaves separated by hastily constructed concrete walls. Militias such as the Mahdi Army and the Beda organization established themselves in Shia neighborhoods, while Sunni rebels, Ba'ath loyalists, and Al-Qaeda-affiliated cells dominated other areas. Ethnic cleansing occurred in microcosm. Families abandoned their homes due to threats from competing sects, and the capital's mosaic fractured into enclaves patrolled by armed men of various allegiances. Coalition troops were caught in the crossfire, forcing them into a difficult policing situation. Commanders realized that large-scale sweeps could exacerbate hostility since heavy-handed methods could hurt both civilians and rebels. Meanwhile, political discontent in Washington skyrocketed. Leaders questioned how a war build as swift and decisive had devolved into a grinding sectarian crisis. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld faced criticism, which led to his resignation. The new approach necessitated a more nuanced strategy, which resulted in the 2007 surge led by General David Petraeus, which deployed an additional 20,000-plus American troops with the goal of securing population centres and gaining local trust. The surge's idea is to deploy coalition soldiers alongside Iraqi security personnel in neighbourhoods, reconstruct destroyed public services, and support local patrols. It hoped to reduce violence enough to allow political solutions to gain traction. The initial months were violent as rebels tested the new strategy with devastating attacks. However, by late 2007, sectarian killings had decreased, thanks in part to the awakening councils in Sunni districts, when tribal elders rebelled against al-Qaeda's violence and embraced US backing. This collaboration lowered tensions in particular areas, but opponents claimed it only stalled lines of conflict, leaving larger grievances unresolved. In the midst of these developments, Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki led the Iraqi government by balancing Shia, Sunni, and Kurdish political alliances. The consequences were mixed. Corruption claims plagued ministries, critical services such as power and clean water lagged behind demand, and sporadic bombs reminded everyone of the fragile state of order. However, some signs of normalcy emerged. Coffee shops opened, families went to parks, and shopkeepers in Baghdad's key markets began to see customers again. Diplomats from many countries took cautious moves to reopen embassies. Back home in the United States, war fatigue was obvious. Allies like Britain curtailed their participation, leaving the US contingent as the mainstay. Eager to reallocate resources, Washington's officials insisted that if Iraqis could preserve relative stability, a phased pullout might be possible. Meanwhile, the WMD issue, which had sparked the conflict, had been completely abandoned. No significant stockpiles had ever been located. The official narrative shifted to emphasize promoting democracy and liberation from repression. Opponents said that nation-building was an afterthought added after no prohibited weapons surfaced. By the end of 2008, the US and Iraqi governments had reached a Status of Forces Agreement, SOFA, which outlined a timeline for coalition withdrawal and clarified the legal foundation for foreign forces. Observers saw it as a tentative move towards sovereignty. Nonetheless, pockets of bloodshed persisted. No one felt the war had actually ended. Iraq's future remained uncertain amid sectarian feuds, Islamist infiltration, and unstable administration. The year 2009 marked a significant shift in the course of the Second Gulf War. When Barack Obama took office in the United States, he inherited a war that had claimed thousands of lives and cost billions of dollars. Obama, who campaigned on promises to end the conflict, ordered a gradual withdrawal of American troops. The surge had reduced sectarian bloodshed, but isolated explosions continued to jolt markets and government buildings. Iraqi security forces, while larger in number, were inconsistent in quality and allegiance. Nonetheless, the White House and Baghdad leadership pressed on with the plan to place complete responsibility on Iraqi shoulders. By 2010, the coalition's presence had shrunk dramatically, with US personnel primarily focused on training, advising, and supporting Iraqi troops in specific tasks. The final American combat unit left in August 2010, symbolically ending Operation Iraqi Freedom. However, a group of advise and assist individuals remained. The Iraqi administration attempted to convey confidence by boasting about enhanced readiness, local police units, and army modernization. Observers on the ground, however, warned that progress remained fragile. Tribal rivalries in the countryside persisted, as did underlying tensions between Baghdad's central authority and the Kurdish north over oil wealth and territorial aspirations. The final US forces left Iraq in December 2011, as scheduled by the SOFA. The West shifted its focus to other challenges, including European economic crises, the Arab Spring, and relations with Iran. Meanwhile, in Iraq, Prime Minister al-Maliki adopted a more centralised power approach, which alienated certain Sunni leaders. Demonstrations began to spread in Sunni-majority areas, driven by frustrations about political marginalisation and alleged government overreach. Former militants, who'd been placated by US brokered accords, felt abandoned or harassed. Unemployed youth, upset by a lack of economic opportunities, became susceptible to extreme preaching once more. Then came the development of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL or ISIS. ISIS sprang from the remains of al-Qaeda in Iraq, capitalising on the instability of the Syrian civil war to seize territory on both sides of the border. In 2014, ISIS fighters stormed into northern Iraq, conquering Mosul with astonishing speed. Iraqi army battalions, hollowed out by corruption and low morale, abandoned their posts. Extremists gained access to armoured vehicles and weapons designed for national defence. Chaos scenes reminiscent of 2003 resurfaced, but this time the threat was not a foreign invasion, but a radical Islamist organisation declaring a caliphate. Many commentators cited the chaotic aftermath of the Second Gulf War as the foundation for such a nightmare, with central rule never completely entrenched and local militias often overshadowing official authority. ISIS encountered little resistance from Sunni tribes that despised the Baghdad-led government. The impetus for US re-involvement mounted, resulting in bombings and a new coalition operation to help Iraqi and Kurdish forces recapture occupied territory. The 2003 invasion cast a long shadow into a new decade, demonstrating that the initial conflict's aftershocks had yet to be resolved. In Iraq, new political figures rose to prominence. Hyder al-Abadi succeeded al-Maliki. Seeking to heal sectarian divisions, he attempted to rebuild the Iraqi military, forming ties with the Kurdish Peshmerga and even certain Sunni tribal groups to combat ISIS. The operation to reclaim cities such as Tikrit and Ramadi moved slowly, culminating in the fierce battle for Mosul in 2016-17. Meanwhile, Iran's influence in Baghdad rose as Iranian-backed militias played key roles in anti-ISIS battles. The United States found itself associated with various forces whose aims did not always align with Western ideals, highlighting the war's complexities. In the Western world, the public discourse surrounding the Second Gulf War remained stagnant. Some claimed the initial invasion was legitimate, despite inaccurate intelligence and insufficient planning. Others portrayed it as a terrible blunder, unleashing sectarian monsters and destroying Iraq's social structure. A generation of veterans returned home dealing with the trauma, moral harm, and bodily wounds. Their accounts influenced new literature, film, and policy discussions about how America handles foreign operations. Politicians from all parties used the Iraq experience to either caution or support future military decisions. As the decade progressed, the conflict's designation, Operation Iraqi Freedom, the Iraq War, or the Second Gulf War, became a source of rhetorical debate. Scholars examined government papers, looking for watershed moments such as the disbandment of the Iraqi army, poor post-invasion planning, the implementation of the surge, and the precipitous US pullout. Each decision influenced future crises. Meanwhile, ordinary Iraqis, having survived dictatorship, invasion, civil war, and ISIS horror, faced the challenge of restoring normalcy. Streets that had previously been monitored by foreign forces were now overseen by local police, but scars remained in the damaged urban landscape and in hearts burdened with sorrow. Overall, the Second Gulf War was not a single event that occurred in 2003. Its aftershocks lasted decades, tying together global politics, the emergence of violent extremism, and the sad cost of leaving critical nation-building parts unfinished. When observed from a distance decades later, it serves as a striking reminder of how modern wars can begin with clear goals but devolve into convoluted consequences, as well as a monument to the tenacity of civilizations forced to rebuild against the odds. Reflecting on the Second Gulf War decades after it began in 2003, one may see a rich tapestry of ambition, mistake, courage, and grief. Its origin was based on the post-9/11 mindset, which combined worries of global terrorism with long-standing tensions between Saddam Hussein's administration and the international community. The immediate goal was regime change, couched in terms of eliminating WMDs. Ironically, the war's true impact was less about unearthing hidden stores of chemical or biological weapons, and more about the difficulty of rebuilding a society unmoored from decades of authoritarian leadership. Many veterans of the conflict remember the initial assault as a miracle of military strategy, culminating in Baghdad's swift capture. However, they also describe how the enthusiasm faded as it became evident that removing Saddam would not guarantee a stable democracy. Instead, overlapping insurgencies, widespread corruption, and deep sectarian grudges transformed the occupation into a lengthy quagmire. For soldiers on the ground, it was less about broad strategies and more about building connections with people, diffusing roadside bombs, and determining friend from foe in a sea of misinformation. Iraqi residents, too, carried various stories, ranging from the promise of overthrowing a detested ruler to the horror of street fighting and kidnappings to the tiredness of ongoing blackouts and water shortages. Some families applauded the coalition for deposing a tyrant who had committed widespread brutality against Kurds, Shiites, and political opponents. Others said that foreign forces were insensitive to Iraqi traditions, and that Western-style administration structures overlooked Iraq's social and ethnic diversity. A generation of young people grew up in ruins, their childhood dominated by curfews, the crackle of gunfire at night, and the hum of drones overhead. Internationally, the battle reshaped global alliances and sparked fierce debate. Allies such as Britain experienced internal divisions. Tony Blair's steadfast backing for the invasion shattered his party's unity and harmed his career. France and Germany, who opposed the war, felt justified when no WMD evidence emerged, but their stance sparked resentment among US hawks. Across the Middle East, the conflict fueled anti-Western sentiments in some areas, while others silently celebrated Saddam's demise. That ambivalence continued throughout the 2010s, when the United States faced fresh Middle Eastern concerns, ranging from the Arab Spring to the rise of ISIS. Each new situation seemed to be a footnote to the Second Gulf War's unsolved tensions. In scholarship, a diversity of viewpoints evolved. Some military historians focused on the initial shock and awe campaign, examining how it affected modern concepts of rapid, high-tech warfare. Others researched the insurgency phase, gaining insights into asymmetrical conflict that future counterinsurgency doctrine would attempt to address. Political scientists examined the tumultuous transitional period, using the war as a cautionary tale. Eliminating a dictatorship is only the first step. Establishing governance in a divided land necessitates extensive, culturally informed planning. The failure of improvised governance in 2003 to 2004 became a case study for failed post-conflict stability. Economically, the conflict had far-reaching consequences. Oil prices fluctuated, and billions were spent on reconstruction projects, some of which were mismanaged or fraudulent. Private security firms such as Blackwater became household names, with the Hare Act sparking debate over the commercialization of warfare. Meanwhile, rebuilding Iraq's devastated infrastructure took years. Roads, bridges, hospitals, and power plants all required extensive repairs. The ongoing turmoil hampered foreign investment, restricting job opportunities for Iraqi youngsters. Only in a few enclaves, particularly in the Kurdish region, did real growth and stability appear to be sustainable, thanks to a combination of local governance and smart relationships. In terms of accountability, attempts to hold parties responsible for intelligence failures or human rights violations were intermittent. The legacy of Abu Ghraib remains an indelible stain, overshadowing efforts to portray the war as a moral battle against despotism. War crimes claims against insurgent organisations and sectarian militias were much more savage, albeit they rarely resulted in formal legal consequences. The conflict's complexity, with various actors and fluctuating alliances, rendered clean narrative arcs difficult. Finally, the Second Gulf War demonstrated how modern warfare can begin with widespread national support before devolving into a confusing, multi-layered battle with no abrupt or unambiguous conclusion. By the time American forces withdrew, the character of the fight had shifted so dramatically that it appeared to be an entirely different war than the one that began in March 2003. Historians look back on it as a cautionary tale in early 21st century history, influencing how governments assess intervention, militaries prepare for nation building, and society deals with the psychological toll of prolonged conflict. The war's legacy lives on in the tensions that continue to shape Iraq's political landscape, as well as in the diaspora of Iraqis who have sought safety abroad. It serves as a harsh reminder that even the most powerful invasions can upend old orders without quickly establishing new ones, demonstrating the messy, far-reaching effects of a single, momentous choice to send in the troops. And just like that, we've finished our major story for tonight about the Second Gulf War. It was nice to read a war story for you guys for a change of pace. If your mind is still racing, you undoubtedly know the routine. If this topic in particular didn't work for you, don't worry. We have lots more content for you to discover in these videos, old and new, and we will never disappoint our insomniacs. My friends, I wish you all a restful night, sweet dreams, and as always, good night. The Battle of Stalingrad began in the summer of 1942. During the height of World War II, the German army, under Adolf Hitler's command, launched a massive offensive aimed at capturing the industrial city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. Stalingrad was more than just a strategic target. It bore the name of the Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, and its capture would deal a psychological blow to the Soviet Union. For Hitler, taking Stalingrad was as much about prestige as it was about military strategy. Stalingrad was a vital industrial hub, producing weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Crucial to the Soviet war effort, its location on the Volga River made it a key transportation route linking the northern and southern regions of the Soviet Union. For Stalin, the city's defense was non-negotiable. Losing it would be both a symbolic and logistical disaster. In August 1942, the German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, began its advance on Stalingrad. The city, a sprawling industrial expanse with factories, railways, and residential areas, became the site of one of the most grueling battles in history. The Germans were initially confident of a swift victory, but the Soviet defenders, under the command of General Vasily Chuikov, were determined to resist at all costs. The fighting in Stalingrad was unlike anything the world had seen before. Urban warfare turned every street, building, and factory into a battleground. The Germans and Soviets engaged in brutal close-quarters combat, often fighting, room by room, floor by floor. The city became a labyrinth of destruction, with rubble and debris transforming entire neighborhoods into treacherous landscapes. The Soviets adopted a strategy of hugging the German forces, staying as close as possible to avoid being targeted by German airstrikes and artillery. This forced the Germans into relentless hand-to-hand combat, draining their resources and morale. Soviet snipers, hidden in the ruins, became a deadly force, picking off German soldiers with precision. One of the most famous snipers, Vasily Zaitsev, became a symbol of Soviet resilience, his actions inspiring defenders across the city. As the weeks turned into months, the harsh Russian winter set in, adding another layer of misery to the already dire conditions. Temperatures plummeted, and both sides struggled to survive in the freezing cold. Supplies dwindled, and hunger and disease took their toll. Yet, despite the suffering, the Soviets held firm. Reinforcements and supplies continued to trickle into the city across the frozen Volga River, ensuring that the defenders could maintain their resistance. The turning point in the Battle of Stalingrad came in November 1942 with the launch of Operation Uranus. the Soviet High Command, led by General Georgy Zhukov, devised a bold counteroffensive to encircle the German Sixth Army while the Germans thus were focused on their assault. Within the city, the Soviets launched massive attacks on the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The plan was a success. Within days, the Soviet pincers closed around Stalingrad, trapping the German Sixth Army inside the city. What followed was a desperate struggle for survival. The encircled German forces, numbering over 300,000 men, were cut off from supplies and reinforcements. Hitler, refusing to allow a retreat, ordered Paulus to hold the city at all costs. The Luftwaffe attempted to airlift supplies to the encircled troops, but the efforts were insufficient. The soldiers inside the pocket faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet attacks. The Soviets tightened their grip on the city, systematically destroying the remaining German positions. The defenders' situation became increasingly hopeless, and morale plummeted. In January 1943, the Soviets launched their final assault to crush the pocket. By this time, Paulus and his men were exhausted, demoralized, and out of options. On February 2nd, 1943, Paulus surrendered, marking the end of the Battle of Stalingrad. The Soviet victory was a turning point in the war, shattering the myth of German invincibility and shifting the momentum in favour of the Allies. It was a devastating blow to Hitler's ambitions, and the loss of the Sixth Army was a humiliation from which Germany would never fully recover. The cost of the battle, however, was staggering. Over 2 million soldiers and civilians were killed, wounded, or captured. During the 5 months of fighting, Stalingrad itself was left in ruins, its streets and buildings reduced to rubble. The human suffering on both sides was immense, with countless families forever altered by the loss of loved ones. Despite the devastation, the Soviet victory at Stalingrad became a symbol of resilience and determination. It demonstrated the power of unity and the will to endure even the most harrowing of circumstances. The people of Stalingrad, who had endured unimaginable hardship, became heroes in the eyes of their nation. In the years following the war, Stalingrad was rebuilt, its scars serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to defend it. Monuments and memorials were erected to honour the fallen, including the iconic Mamayev Kurgan, a hill that saw some of the fiercest fighting during the battle. At its summit stands the towering statue of "The Motherland Calls," a symbol of the Soviet Union's strength and resilience. The Battle of Stalingrad remains one of the most studied and remembered events of World War II. It serves as a testament to the courage and determination of those who fought, and as a reminder of the horrors of war. The sacrifices made at Stalingrad helped shape the course of history, paving the way for the eventual Allied victory. As you drift into sleep tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength of the human spirit and the resilience that emerges in the face of adversity. Imagine the quiet, snow-covered streets of the rebuilt city, the echoes of history carried gently on the wind. Let the bravery and sacrifice of those who endured inspire a sense of gratitude and peace within you. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad did not end with the surrender of the German Sixth Army, its aftermath rippled far beyond the frozen streets of the ruined city, shaping the course of World War II and the history of the 20th century. The Soviet victory was a turning point, not just for the Eastern Front, but for the entire Allied effort. It demonstrated the determination and resilience of the Soviet people and marked the beginning of a relentless push to drive the Axis forces out of the Soviet Union and eventually defeat them in Europe. The cost of the battle was nearly unimaginable. The casualty figures are staggering, with estimates placing the total number of dead, wounded, or missing on both sides at over 2 million. Civilians caught in the crossfire endured unimaginable suffering as the city they called home became a war zone of unthinkable destruction. Homes were destroyed, families torn apart, and lives forever altered by the relentless tide of war. For the survivors of Stalingrad, the end of the battle brought no immediate relief. The city, once a thriving industrial centre, lay in ruins. Entire neighbourhoods had been reduced to rubble, and the infrastructure was necessary for daily life, water, electricity, food supplies, was obliterated. The people of Stalingrad faced the monumental task of rebuilding their lives and their city from the ashes. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, there was a sense of pride and determination among the survivors. They had endured the unendurable and emerged victorious. The Soviet government worked swiftly to rebuild Stalingrad. The city became a symbol of resilience and sacrifice, a beacon of Soviet strength and determination. Propaganda celebrated the victory as a triumph of socialism and the indomitable spirit of the Soviet people. The rebuilding effort was immense, and though the scars of war were not easily erased, the city slowly rose from its ashes. For the German army, the defeat at Stalingrad was a catastrophe from which it would never fully recover. The loss of the Sixth Army, one of Germany's most experienced and well-equipped fighting forces, was a devastating blow. Morale among German troops on the Eastern Front plummeted, and the aura of invincibility that had surrounded the Wehrmacht since the beginning of the war was shattered. Hitler's refusal to allow a retreat, his insistence on holding Stalingrad at all costs, and the ultimate surrender of Paulus and his forces exposed the flaws in Germany's military strategy and leadership. The Soviets capitalized on their victory at Stalingrad, launching a series of offensives that pushed the Germans further and further west. The Red Army's momentum, gained at such great cost in Stalingrad, carried them all the way to Berlin by the spring of 1945. The victory at Stalingrad was the foundation upon which the eventual Soviet triumph in World War II was built. Beyond its military significance, the Battle of Stalingrad left a profound legacy in the collective memory of the world. It became a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and the unyielding human spirit, the stories of the soldiers and civilians who endured the battle, stories of heroism, endurance, and survival, continue to resonate. Their experiences remind us of the horrors of war, the cost of conflict, and the strength of the human will to persevere. For the people of Stalingrad, their city's name became synonymous with courage and defiance. In 1961, during a wave of de-Stalinization in the Soviet Union, the city was renamed Volgograd, yet the memory of the Battle of Stalingrad remained deeply embedded in the hearts of those who lived through it and those who came after. The name Stalingrad continues to evoke the profound sacrifices made during those grueling months of battle. The battlefields of Stalingrad have since been preserved as places of remembrance and reflection. The Myrmiev-Kurgan Memorial Complex, with its towering statue of the Motherland Calls, stands as a testament to the courage and sacrifice of those who fought and died there. Visitors from around the world come to walk the hallowed ground, to honour the memory of the fallen, and to reflect on the lessons of history. As we look back on the Battle of Stalingrad, it serves as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. It is a story of sacrifice and survival, of hope and determination, and of the enduring belief in the possibility of a better future. As you rest tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength that lies within us all. Imagine the quiet streets of the rebuilt city, the soft whispers of the Volga River, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who endured inspire peace and gratitude in your heart. The legacy of the Battle of Stalingrad extends beyond its historical and military significance. It has become a symbol of human endurance, the cost of war, and the hope for reconciliation. The rebuilding of Stalingrad, later renamed Volgograd, was not merely a physical endeavour, but an emotional and cultural journey. Every stone laid, every home rebuilt, was a testament to the resilience of the people who survived the horrors of war. In the aftermath of the battle, the city became a focal point for the Soviet Union's narrative of victory and sacrifice. Monuments were erected to commemorate the bravery of those who fought, such as the eternal flame that burns in memory of the fallen. The massive statue of the Motherland Calls, one of the tallest statues in the world, towers over the landscape as a powerful reminder of the battle's significance. It is not just a symbol of victory, but a tribute to the unbreakable will of the defenders and the civilians who endured unimaginable suffering. For decades, the memory of Stalingrad shaped the Soviet Union's identity and its portrayal on the global stage. The battle was celebrated in films, literature, and art, each retelling emphasizing the unity and determination of the Soviet people. The city became a pilgrimage site for veterans, their families, and historians seeking to understand the profound impact of this defining moment in history on a more personal level. The stories of those who fought and survived the battle have been passed down, through generations, veterans shared their experiences with their children and grandchildren, ensuring that the sacrifices made at Stalingrad would never be forgotten. These personal accounts, filled with both sorrow and pride, add depth to the historical narrative and remind us of the humanity behind the statistics. Globally, Stalingrad has become a symbol of resistance and perseverance. Its name is invoked in discussions of strategy, endurance, and the high cost of war for historians and military scholars. The battle offers countless lessons on tactics, leadership, and the interplay of morale and logistics for ordinary people. It stands as a reminder of what can be achieved when the human spirit refuses to yield. In recent years, efforts have been made to preserve the memory of Stalingrad, while fostering a spirit of reconciliation. Memorials and museums now serve not only as places of remembrance, but also as venues for dialogue and education. They encourage visitors to reflect on the consequences of war and the importance of working toward peace. The city of Volgograd, while forever tied to its past, is also a thriving modern metropolis. Its people have rebuilt their lives and created a vibrant community that honours its history. While looking to the future, the scars of the battle remain in some places, but they serve as reminders of resilience rather than destruction. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate today, reminding us of the importance of unity in the face of adversity, the necessity of standing firm for what is right, and the value of seeking peace, even in the darkest times. It teaches us that the human spirit, when fueled by determination and hope, can endure even the greatest challenges. As you settle into rest, let the story of Stalingrad fill you with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the calm, serene city of Volgograd today, its streets filled with life, its people moving forward while carrying the memory of their past. Imagine the stillness of the fields and the gentle flow of the Volga River, now a place of peace and renewal. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad is rich with details and facts that help us understand the scale of the conflict and the impact it had on the course of World War II. As we reflect further on this pivotal event, let's explore some key facts that bring its history into sharper focus. The Battle of Stalingrad lasted for 200 days, from August 23rd, 1942 to February 2nd, 1943. It is considered one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the history of warfare. The total number of casualties is estimated at over 2 million, making it one of the deadliest battles in human history. These figures include soldiers from both sides, as well as countless civilians caught in the crossfire. The German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, was one of the most formidable forces in Hitler's military. At its peak, the Sixth Army was comprised of over 300,000 soldiers. By the end of the battle, nearly 91,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, including General Paulus himself. The Soviet strategy of hugging the enemy, staying in close combat to neutralize the Germans' artillery and air superiority played a critical role in the city's defense. This tactic turned the urban ruins of Stalingrad into a deadly maze for the German forces. Vasily Zaitsev, a Soviet sniper, became a symbol of the defenders' resilience. During the battle, he is credited with killing over 225 German soldiers, including enemy snipers, which boosted the morale of his comrades. Operation Uranus, the Soviet counteroffensive launched in November 1942, was a brilliantly executed maneuver by attacking the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The Soviets were able to encircle and trap the German Sixth Army within the city. The German soldiers trapped in the encirclement known as the Kessel, or cauldron, endured horrific conditions. They faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet assaults. Supplies delivered by air were woefully inadequate, leading to widespread suffering and death. One of the defining moments of the battle was Hitler's refusal to allow Paulus to retreat or break out of the encirclement. This decision sealed the fate of the Sixth Army and marked a significant turning point within the war. When General Paulus surrendered on February 2nd, 1943, it was the first time in history that a German field marshal had been captured alive. This was a major humiliation for Hitler and a symbolic victory for the Allies. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked the beginning of a series of offensives that pushed the German forces back across Eastern Europe. It was a critical turning point that shifted the momentum of the war in favour of the Allies. The city of Stalingrad, renamed Volgograd in 1961, has become a place of remembrance. Monuments like the Mamayev Kurgan and the Motherland Calls serve as powerful tributes to those who fought and died during the battle. Despite its association with destruction and suffering, Stalingrad is also a symbol of resilience, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. Its story continues to inspire people around the world, reminding us of the importance of courage and perseverance. As you reflect on these facts, let the weights of history settle gently in your mind, each detail. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided. Dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else, to the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterize his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarii, so written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatised his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single factional rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres, Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated, his head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic, it was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor, with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici, I came, I saw, I conquered." Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest, but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east and intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of command auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the Forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen: Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realised they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganise the state. And reorganise it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognised him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Iulius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilised under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Revere, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Revere, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilize networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form, but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards, the same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with deliverers from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. He might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt to show a force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily, but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the Redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero, galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. Once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare, Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialised mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilising the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copper works enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realised the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognised the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found scepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, he laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the new republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. threats loomed off the Barbary coast. Where pirates seized merchant ships, the US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognised the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolised the synergy of industrial progress and national defence. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognised his name from rumours. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognised as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The ageing patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled. New commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerised by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognised him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775. Local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the Revolution consolidated into a national myth. Monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalising Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the Revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad US's Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artefacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, Scholarship highlights a broader network known as the Intelligence and Alarm System. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialised talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasise drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, he offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the midnight calls of war. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon: Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Ares who symbolised the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialize him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small. Primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolized the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives. It symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognized that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if uncomfortable relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment, he'd empower Trojan warriors. The next, he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea. The energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanizing hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory but also recognized the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behaviour, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars's worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars's temples fell into the partial disuse or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept: conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Ares, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatize the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. Ares drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the World Wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Ares, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defence and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognised war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Ares thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Aries was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Ares. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by contending gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages, yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe, or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by the tales of valour and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Ares is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes, from bronze spears to nuclear arsenals, but the core impulse remains. Ares stands eternal, no longer needing sacrifices in quiet shrines, yet thriving wherever conflict looms. Through him, we witness a facet of ourselves that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, our capacity to wage war, and perhaps one day to master it. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was born on July 1st, 1646, in Leipzig, a city reeling from the aftermath of the 30 Years' War. In that era of upheaval, few would have predicted that this sickly, inquisitive child would mature into one of the most versatile minds of the 17th century. His father, Friedrich Leibniz, served as a moral philosophy professor, and though he died when Gottfried was only 6, his library lingered as a silent mentor. The boy, solitary and introspective, roamed among musty volumes, absorbing knowledge both classical and contemporary. Leibniz's early education diverged from the strict rote memorization typical of his age. Largely self-taught, he devoured texts on ancient history, geometry, theology, and logic. He cultivated a fascination with how systems of thought fit together, a prelude to the encyclopedic breadth he would later display. Adolescence found him rummaging in obscure Latin works and assembling his compendium of philosophical snippets. By 14, he had embarked on advanced studies at Leipzig University, an anomaly for someone barely in his teens. This precocious youth carried a restless energy. While classmates regurgitated standard lectures, Leibniz pressed forward with questions of his own. Could there be a universal language of thought, bridging all disciplines? How did geometry and logic intertwine? Professors were both dazzled and unsettled by his challenges to establish dogma. Although he soon completed the Bachelor of Philosophy, the faculty, wary of his age and ambition, resisted granting him a doctorate. Undeterred, he shifted to Altdorf University near Nuremberg. There, at 20, he secured a doctorate in law, focusing on how jurisprudence and moral philosophy overlapped. Yet formal degrees were merely stepping stones. Leibniz believed in forging connections among multiple fields. He developed friendships with mathematicians and theologians alike. Already, he envisioned a unifying project, a characteristica universalis, a symbolic logic language that might allow all knowledge to be combined and analysed systematically. His inclination towards systems thinking was not purely academic. The Europe of his youth was torn by religious strife, Catholics and Protestants locked in mutual distrust, and he hoped that reason, carefully deployed, might foster reconciliation. Despite his youth, Leibniz found himself welcomed into aristocratic circles. In 1667, he journeyed to Mainz, securing a position with Johann Philipp von Schönborn, the Elector of Mainz, who recognised the young scholar's potential in legal and diplomatic matters. Leibniz's tasks ranged from drafting political treatises to advising on administrative reforms. He approached them with the same fervour he once poured into library texts. Yet this environment offered more than mere bureaucratic chores. Mainz was a hub of ecclesiastical politics, and Leibniz honed his diplomatic instincts while pondering grand visions of European peace. Around this time he produced one of his first major works, a treatise proposing that France should redirect its territorial ambitions toward Egypt rather than wage war in Europe. Though far-fetched to modern ears, Leibniz framed it as a strategic pivot to reduce Christian infighting. Louis XV never embraced the scheme, but the episode illuminated Leibniz's readiness to merge intellectual creativity with real-world problem-solving. As the 1670s unfolded, his reputation grew. He dabbled in technology, reflecting a curiosity that extended to mechanical inventions. Hearing of Blaise Pascal's arithmetic machine, he designed a more advanced calculating device capable of multiplication and division. This mechanical contraption foreshadowed modern computing, though few recognised its significance at the time. For Leibniz, the device symbolised how logic and calculation might be harnessed to handle practical tasks, transcending philosophical speculation. Throughout these years, he remained an outsider in many respects. He was neither fully ensconced in any single university post, nor fixated on one discipline. Instead, he hopped between courts and libraries, from Mainz to Paris to London, forging correspondences with leading minds. He was simultaneously enthralled by mathematics, legal philosophy, cryptography, theology, and science. By 1672, he ventured to Paris on a diplomatic mission, fueling his love for mathematics as he encountered leading French thinkers. This trip would alter his trajectory, setting the stage for both collaboration and rivalry. Observing new approaches to geometry and analytical methods, he sensed that the realm of numbers held keys to universal truths. Yet the biggest breakthroughs and controversies were still to come. In the swirl of intellectual excitement, Leibniz's distinctive brand of curiosity was primed to reshape the foundations of mathematics and beyond. Leibniz's sojourn in Paris, beginning in 1672, proved transformative. He had expected to negotiate political matters for his employer, the Elector of Mainz, but soon immersed himself in the city's thriving intellectual scene, tutored by the Dutch mathematician Christiaan Huygens. He refined his analytical skills, poring over geometry, astronomy, and new algebraic methods. Paris at the time buzzed with the philosophical daring, hosting salons where Descartes' ideas were dissected alongside gossip on royal intrigues. Leibniz relished this mingling of worldly conversation and scientific debate. He quickly grasped that mathematics was undergoing a profound shift. Huygens introduced him to methods for calculating areas under curves, a fledgling precursor to what would become integral calculus. Fascinated, Leibniz built upon these kernels, striving to formalize a consistent system. The notion of infinitesimals intrigued him, quantities smaller than any finite amount yet larger than nothing. Could these elusive entities become the building blocks of a new calculus? Simultaneously, he grappled with deeper philosophical questions. The mechanistic worldview advanced by Descartes suggested a universe running like clockwork under divine laws. Leibniz wondered if behind these mechanical motions lay a tapestry of living forces, what he later called monads. Though he had not yet articulated this concept in detail, seeds of his future metaphysics were sprouting, fertilized by the cross-currents of scientific progress. Yet his Paris stay was not just about theoretical ruminations. He found himself in the orbit of diplomatic tensions. The Franco-Dutch War flared, rearranging alliances. Leibniz wrote treatises advising how the Holy Roman Empire might respond, and he debated theologians on reconciling Catholic-Protestant divides. These parallel pursuits, mathematics by day, statecraft by night, reflected his conviction that knowledge was a seamless web. Solving a geometry problem or proposing a peace plan drew on the same faculties of reason. In 1673, he journeyed briefly to London, carrying drafts of his nascent calculus. There he met members of the Royal Society, including the polymath Robert Hooke and the rising figure Isaac Newton. Although their direct interaction was minimal, Leibniz demonstrated his stepped reckoner, the mechanical calculator he had designed. The Royal Society was impressed by its ability to multiply, yet perhaps more telling was the curiosity his manuscripts stirred. Among them were hints of a new method for tangents and areas, skeletal notes on differential and integral calculus. Some society members recognised these as significant strides, though details were still sketchy. Returning to Paris, Leibniz refined his techniques, systematically introducing symbols to represent differential operations. He introduced the notation d/dx for derivatives, a brilliant move that simplified complex concepts into easily manipulable symbols. Where geometry had spoken of conic sections and tangents in geometric language, Leibniz's approach turned them into algebraic manipulations. Yet as he worked feverishly, rumours circulated that Newton had already discovered similar methods. Indeed, Newton's private manuscripts from the mid-1660s indicated a deep mastery of calculus-like concepts, though he guarded them closely. This parallel discovery remained embryonic, with Newton hesitant to publish. Leibniz, in contrast, believed knowledge advanced through open dialogue and swiftly prepared some of his results for print. He published a brief account of his differential calculus in 1684, followed by integral calculus in 1686, beating Newton to public dissemination. In the meantime, diplomatic events forced him to leave Paris. His employer demanded he return north, eventually taking a position at the court of the Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg in Hanover. Though reluctant to depart the Parisian salons, he accepted. By 1676 he was on the move again, stopping by London en route, where he glimpsed more of Newton's manuscripts, a fateful moment later invoked in accusations of plagiarism. The stage was set for a bitter calculus priority dispute, one that would dog him for decades. Back in Germany, Leibniz continued polishing his calculus. Letters flew across Europe, carrying his ideas to mathematicians intrigued by the new symbolic method. Yet beyond the realm of curves and tangents, he took on broader tasks, reorganising ducal libraries, penning genealogies, and planning scientific academies. This polymathic spree, though draining, illustrated his belief that reason could unify everything from princely succession to infinite series. He had no inkling how the Newton-Leibniz rivalry would erupt, overshadowing many of his achievements. For now, he focused on perfecting a language of infinitesimals, convinced that the future of mathematics hinged upon it. Leibniz transitioned from historiographer to political advisor at the ducal court in Hanover in 1676, a significant departure from the dynamic intellectual environment of Paris. Yet he embraced these responsibilities with typical zeal. Charged with writing a genealogical history of the House of Brunswick, he embarked on travels through archives and libraries across Germany and Italy, collecting reams of obscure documents. For him, rummaging in medieval charters or deciphering faded manuscripts echoed the same analytical spirit he applied to geometry. This historical research yielded surprises. Leibniz unearthed ancient claims that could bolster the prestige of his patron's lineage, fueling alliances with neighbouring courts. But the project took much longer than anticipated, partly because he approached it with scholarly rigour. He envisioned writing a sweeping, methodical history, that linked genealogies to broader philosophical insights about human societies. Years would pass before his culminating volume, yet these forays shaped his sense of how knowledge intertwined. Mathematics, law, theology, and history were threads in the same grand tapestry. Meanwhile, he pressed forward with mathematical correspondence. In particular, the Bernoulli brothers, Jacob and Johann, became key collaborators. The Bernoullis recognized the power of Leibniz's differential notation, applying it to solve complex problems in fluid dynamics and infinite series. Encouraged, Leibniz refined his calculus further. He delighted in seeing how these intangible infinitesimals produced tangible results. Mechanical curves, ballistic trajectories, planetary motions, everything seemed ripe for re-expression in the language of die and dx. However, the shadow of Newton was always present. By the 1680s, rumours circulated that Newton's supporters believed Leibniz had plagiarised from the English mathematician's earlier, unpublished papers. Some pointed to Leibniz's 1676 visit to London, where he had briefly seen Newton's manuscripts, but many in Europe regarded Leibniz's publication as independent and methodically elegant. Newton himself remained silent publicly but nurtured private grudges, uneasy about sharing credit. During these years, Leibniz also delved into philosophy. He corresponded with thinkers like Antoine Arnauld, a prominent Cartesian theologian, debating the nature of substance and free will. Gradually, he formulated a conceptual framework that would culminate in works like The Discourse on Metaphysics, 1686. This text advanced the idea that reality consisted of an infinite array of monads, each a self-contained mirror of the universe. Though intangible, monads formed the true building blocks of existence, orchestrated by a divine harmony ensuring a best of all possible worlds. This optimism, later caricatured by Voltaire, was in fact deeply nuanced. Leibniz never claimed the world was free of evil, but insisted that creation represented a divine calculus, balancing maximum good with minimal necessary suffering. His theology and mathematics converged in a quest for universal harmony. He proposed a characteristica universalis, a symbolic system uniting logic, arithmetic, and linguistic patterns, allowing complex thoughts to be calculated like sums. If realized, he believed, it would settle philosophical disputes through precise computation rather than rhetorical flourish. Though the project remained unfinished, it presaged modern symbolic logic and computer science. Indeed, centuries later, mathematicians would marvel at how his sketches anticipated Boolean algebra and Turing's machines. By the late 1680s, Leibniz had expanded his network of correspondence to include statesmen, Jesuit missionaries, and scholars in Asia. He was intrigued by the Chinese civilization, particularly its symbolic writing system. Could Chinese characters hint at a universal script? Could Europe learn moral lessons from Confucian teachings? These reflections typified his boundary-crossing curiosity. He championed the idea that East and West might find unity through shared rational principles, a stance radical in a Europe often dismissive of non-Christian cultures. Of course, everyday life intruded. The Duke demanded results on that grand genealogical history, but Leibniz's drafts ballooned, collecting dust in crates. He proposed projects like draining local marshes, improving mining operations, and founding scientific societies. Not all found traction. Some courtiers dismissed him as a scatterbrained savant, overloaded with half-finished undertakings. However, others appreciated his seamless transition from engineering proposals to theology. In 1689, a shift occurred. The House of Brunswick-Lüneburg ascended in prominence as its lineage was poised to inherit the British throne, a possibility that gradually materialised. This development would entwine Leibniz's fate with the future King George I of Great Britain, complicating his position. Meanwhile, Newton rose to direct the Royal Mint in London and garnered even greater influence in English scientific circles. The stage was set for a transnational rivalry, both personal and intellectual, overshadowing the latter part of Leibniz's life. For now, he pressed on, weaving mathematics, diplomacy, and philosophical speculation into a single tapestry. The 1690s saw Leibniz at the height of his productivity, yet storms loomed on multiple horizons. He served the ducal court of Hanover, which grew more powerful as the lineage neared succession to the British crown. Meanwhile, Newton's circle in England simmered, with suspicion over Leibniz's calculus. Whispers turned into murmurs. Had he lifted key insights from Newton's unpublished notes? Unbeknownst to Leibniz, these tensions would soon erupt into a full-scale controversy. Amid court responsibilities, Leibniz penned works on jurisprudence, economics, and even a treatise on geological theories of the Earth's formation, Protogaea. He systematically observed mineral formations, hypothesizing that the planet's layers recorded a hidden chronology. Although overshadowed by his mathematics, this interdisciplinary foray showed how he combined empirical observation with theoretical speculation. He insisted that theology, natural science, and history formed a continuum, each illuminating the others. One of his boldest philosophical statements emerged in Theodicy, published 1710, but conceived much earlier. There, he wrestled with the classic problem of evil. If God was all-powerful and all-good, why did suffering exist? Leibniz's resolution posited that ours was still the best possible world, shaped by the divine wisdom, balancing countless variables. Critics retorted that they minimized real horrors, but he believed human perception was too limited to grasp the cosmic calculus at play. This stance, while devout, also underscored his faith in rational analysis. Evil, in some measure, was necessary for the grand design. In mathematics, he advanced the discussion of series, engaging with the Bernoullis on infinite sums. The Basel problem, finding the sum of the reciprocals of squares, sparked fervent exchanges. Leibniz didn't solve it fully, that honour would go to Euler later, yet he contributed critical insights. Each letter to the Bernoullis was a miniature treatise, replete with breakthroughs like the series expansion for arctangent, which let him approximate P with surprising accuracy. He recognised that infinite processes, once purely philosophical puzzles, could be harnessed for real computations. His public life in Hanover took new turns. As personal secretary to Duke Ernst August and later his son Georg Ludwig, the future King George I of Great Britain, he orchestrated court ceremonials, crafted manifestos, and negotiated alliances. His dream of unifying European states under reason never fully vanished. He wrote proposals for a pan-European scientific league, hoping to quell religious strife through shared pursuit of knowledge. Realpolitik being what it was, these visions seldom materialised, overshadowed by power struggles. By the late 1690s, English mathematicians pressed Newton to reveal his calculus findings in print. Newton's Principia, 1687, had revolutionised physics but only hinted at his deeper fluxional methods. Sensing Leibniz's rising influence, they urged Newton to claim priority. Meanwhile, Leibniz had published widely, showcasing differential and integral calculus. The stage was set for a priority dispute that would soon overshadow both men's other achievements. The disagreement heated after 1700, particularly as the Royal Society became a hotbed of national pride. Leibniz found himself ridiculed in certain English pamphlets, which alleged he had spied on Newton's manuscripts. Leibniz retorted that his discoveries were independent, pointing to his meticulously dated notes. Polite private letters turned into acrimonious public statements. The irony was that both men respected each other's intellect, but were ensnared by partisans and patriotic zeal. Meanwhile, an unexpected complication. When King Charles II of Spain died in 1700, without an heir, European politics lurched into crisis. Hanover sought to position itself favourably in the shifting alliances. Leibniz juggled dispatches about the Spanish succession, while also defending his calculus in scholarly journals. The intensity wore on him. He lamented that petty national rivalries threatened the shared enterprise of science. However, he wasn't a passive observer. Occasionally, he wrote incisive responses that intensified the conflict. In quieter intervals, he nurtured his grand philosophical system. The notion of monad solidified. He penned letters to Nicolas Ramon, a French diplomat, explaining that monads were windowless, reflecting the cosmos from within. Everything was connected by pre-established harmony, orchestrated by a divine planner. Some saw the concept as too abstract, but to Leibniz, it meshed seamlessly with his faith in universal rational structure. Even as controversies flared, he anchored himself in the belief that reason would outlast squabbles. At the century's turn, Leibniz exuded a paradox, revered across Europe for his sweeping intellect, yet increasingly isolated by conflict. He hoped to finalise monumental projects, his universal language, the genealogical history, and a systematic metaphysics, but faced finite time and resources. Approaching his mid-50s, he pressed on, certain that posterity would vindicate his endeavours even if immediate circumstances proved fraught. In the early 1700s, Leibniz's personal fortunes wavered. The Duke of Hanover, Georg Ludwig, was poised to inherit the British throne, which he did in 1714 as King George I. The occasion should have spelled triumph for Leibniz, who had long served the House of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Yet ironically, it led to estrangement. Eager to secure British goodwill, Georg Ludwig relocated to London, leaving Leibniz behind in Hanover with an unfulfilled directive: finish that massive genealogical history. The royal court in England barred him from joining until he completed his massive genealogical history. This snub stung. Leibniz had spent decades in loyal service, orchestrating everything from diplomatic memos to scientific reforms. Now, overshadowed by rising British courtiers, he found himself effectively grounded. The genealogical project, begun years earlier, lay in sprawling disarray. Volume after volume of research existed, but it was nowhere near a neat conclusion. Recognising the changing trends, Leibniz intensified his efforts by delving into dusty archives once more. Yet the scale was daunting. Each day, he uncovered more documents. Each discovered clue hinted at new angles to explore. Meanwhile, calculus controversy festered. In 1712, the Royal Society formed a committee, dominated by Newton's allies, to investigate the Newton-Leibniz priority question. Predictably, it concluded that Newton had discovered calculus first and strongly implied that Leibniz was less than honest. The subsequent report, known as the Commercium Epistolicum, read like an indictment. Leibniz protested vigorously, labelling the inquiry biased. He pointed to dated manuscripts from 1675 showing his own independent progress. Newton's supporters dismissed his protestations as a cunning interloper. Outside England, many mathematicians still sided with Leibniz, or at least viewed the matter as a parallel discovery. However, his reputation suffered significant damage. Despite the challenges, he persevered. The Academy of Sciences in Berlin, which he had helped establish in 1700, provided a platform for his scientific ambitions. With the support of Sophie Charlotte of Hanover, mother of Georg Ludwig and a kindred intellectual spirit, he had co-founded this academy to nurture scientific collaboration in the German states. Even after Sophie Charlotte's death, Leibniz remained its figurehead, though financial struggles dogged the institution. He offered lectures on logic, mathematics, and moral philosophy, hoping to attract brilliant minds and forge a European network of savants. Results were mixed, but the dream persisted. Despite controversies, he found pockets of solace among younger mathematicians. In 1708, for instance, a Swiss genius named Leonhard Euler was born. Though still a child, Euler would one day become a champion of Leibniz's notation. The seeds of future vindication were quietly planted. Meanwhile, the Bernoulli family continued to produce advanced results using Leibnizian methods. Johann Bernoulli and his pupils solved differential equations that shaped mechanics, all under the conceptual umbrella Leibniz had fashioned. Philosophically, he refined his monadology, culminating in a short treatise known simply as the Monadology around 1714. Written in French, it outlined how each monade was a windowless centre of perception, synchronized by a divine plan. While abstract, it explained everything from the illusions of causality to the unity of the cosmos. To some, it read like mystical speculation, to others, it was a rigorous extension of his rational theology. Either way, it showcased an astonishing range, weaving metaphysics, logic, and mathematics into a cohesive worldview. All the while, his health declined. He suffered from gout and other ailments, exacerbated by long hours hunched over manuscripts. His residence in Hanover was lined with notes, prototypes of mechanical devices, half-written manuscripts on code-making, plus stacks of philosophical correspondences. Observers sometimes thought him a hoarder of ideas, forever on the brink of finalizing a grand synthesis, but never quite concluding. Indeed, his insatiable curiosity served as both a boon and a burden. Socially, he was increasingly lonely. Many of his closest patrons had died or drifted away. Georg Ludwig, now George I, rarely consulted him. Newton's circle spread rumours that cast him as discredited. The younger generation in the German courts found him eccentric, yet a small cadre of devotees recognised his brilliance. They offered quiet encouragement, urging him to publish more systematically. He tried, but the burdens of the genealogical history kept him tethered, and his myriad side projects swallowed time. Approaching 70, Leibniz felt the weight of unfulfilled plans. He yearned to see a universal science bridging all disciplines. He hoped to unify Christian denominations through reason, to build mechanical calculating machines for everyday tasks, and to see his beloved academies flourish. Yet life had whittled away many illusions. He pressed on, determined that if the present age misunderstood him, future centuries might unravel and appreciate the kaleidoscopic tapestry he had woven. By 1716, Leibniz's health was in a rapid downward spiral. Gout attacks became frequent, confining him to his chambers. He corresponded relentlessly from his sickbed, dictating letters that ranged from theological queries to advanced calculus problems. The genealogical project, still incomplete, weighed upon him like a perpetual storm cloud. He fretted that his inability to deliver it kept him alienated from the court he once served so faithfully. Despite physical torment, his mind remained agile. In these final months, he drafted addenda to his philosophical works, clarifying the nature of God's interaction with monads and reaffirming his concept of pre-established harmony. He toyed with expansions to his universal logical calculus, though few around him grasped the depth of this notion. Occasionally, local visitors found him immersed in code-like symbols scrawled in the margins of pages, attempting to refine the universal language he had long championed. The watchful eye of the world, however, was directed elsewhere. In England, Newton's star shone bright. The Royal Society bustled with new discoveries in physics and astronomy, lionising Newton as the era's supreme intellect. Among continental mathematicians, Leibniz still had defenders, but many avoided the priority debate, seeking to maintain favourable relations with English patrons. The calm acceptance that both men had discovered calculus independently was overshadowed by patriotic fervour. It pained Leibniz to see scientific enterprise tainted by a nationalistic rivalry, but he was too frail to launch new campaigns for reconciliation. Meanwhile, in Hanover, the genealogical archives remained a labyrinth. Leibniz's assistant, Johann Georg von Eckhart, struggled to impose order. The scale of the research dwarfed any realistic timeline. Leibniz's critics within the court whispered that he was stalling or incompetent. He tried to explain that thorough scholarship couldn't be rushed, but such arguments fell flat. Even benevolent courtiers held the belief that his diverse interests had dispersed his efforts, condemning him to incomplete masterpieces. In a poignant twist, King George I visited Hanover briefly in 1716, but made no effort to see his once esteemed advisor. Official records note the king's arrival, lavish entertainment, and dinners with local officials. Leibniz, laid up in his house, received no summons. The slight cut was deep. After decades of loyal service, he was all but invisible to the monarch he had helped ascend. Gossip circulated that Leibniz had become an eccentric footnote to Hanoverian power, useful once, but now overshadowed by more straightforward administrators. Amid this gloom, a flicker of hope arrived. Mathematicians in Basel and Paris wrote politely to say they still used his notation. Younger scholars credited his differential approach for clarifying certain series expansions. Certain French savants expressed admiration for his philosophical breadth, even if they found some ideas cryptic. This acknowledgement cheered him, affirming that seeds planted in earlier decades still bore fruit. Yet the toll on his body was irreversible. In November 1716, he succumbed to illness. His passing was quiet, nearly unnoticed by local dignitaries. Legend holds that only his personal secretary accompanied the coffin, no state funeral, no grand eulogy. That a man of such towering intellect could depart so unceremoniously underscored how ephemeral court favour could be. Letters announcing his death trickled across Europe, prompting scattered obituaries. Newton is said to have responded with indifference. Others, like the Bernoullis, penned tributes praising Leibniz's brilliance while lamenting the bitterness of the calculus feud. For a time, his memory lingered in pockets of the continent, but was overshadowed by the mighty Newtonian edifice in England. The 18th century marched on, enthralled by Newton's physics as Leibniz's contributions simmered quietly in the domain of pure math and logic. Only later, particularly with the rise of symbolic logic in the 19th and 20th centuries, would historians revisit his manuscripts to discover how visionary his attempts at a universal logical framework had been. In death, as in life, he remained a figure of paradox, near forgotten by the princely family he served, overshadowed by Mohammed Newton in the public eye, yet revered in specialised circles that recognised the depth of his innovations over centuries. As his letters and papers were studied more thoroughly, the full scope of his genius emerged. He was not simply the other inventor of calculus, but a pioneering philosopher, logician, historian and diplomat. The universal tapestry he strove to weave would continue unfolding long after his solitary funeral. Long after Leibniz's quiet burial in Hanover, the intellectual world gradually rediscovered his legacy. Throughout the 18th century, the dominance of Newtonian physics eclipsed any hint of continental mathematics. But behind the scenes, mathematicians in Basel, Berlin, and Paris refined Leibnizian calculus. The Bernoullis, along with Leonhard Euler, integrated Leibniz's notation into an edifice that made advanced differential equations tractable. By the mid-1700s, a new generation scarcely questioned which style of calculus they used. Leibniz's notation had prevailed for its clarity. Still, the philosophical side of his work awaited fuller appreciation. His monadology circulated in limited circles, mystifying many. Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire ridiculed the best of all possible worlds as naive optimism. In his satire Candide, Voltaire lampooned a thinly disguised Leibniz as Dr. Pangloss, forever rationalising horrors. Consequently, for decades, the Leibnizian worldview was misread as a Pollyannish refusal to face reality. Yet other thinkers sensed deeper currents. Immanuel Kant, though forging his path, engaged with Leibniz's rationalist ideas. The tension between empirical data and innate concepts found echoes in Leibniz's attempt to unify logic and experience. In Catholic theological circles, his quest to reconcile Protestant and Catholic doctrines sparked renewed interest, even if his grand ecumenical project never reached fruition. And in the realm of language philosophy, scattered references to his Characteristica Universalis kept haunting dreamers who yearned for a perfect symbolic system. By the 19th century, German scholarship turned back to Leibniz. Historians recognised he was a key figure bridging the Renaissance's classical scholarship and the Enlightenment's scientific rigour. Scholars published new editions of his letters, revealing the extent of his global correspondence, from Jesuits in China discussing mathematics to French philologists analysing word roots to British astronomers exchanging star charts. Each letter showcased the universal scope of his curiosity. In parallel, the modern field of symbolic logic, spearheaded by George Boole, Gottlob Frege and others, unearthed Leibniz's unheeded manuscripts. They found he had sketched the basics of a formal logic, anticipating the idea that reasoning could be reduced to symbolic manipulation. This realization cast him as a prophet of the digital age, centuries ahead in imagining a calculus of reason. Instead of a footnote to Newton, he began to be lauded as a forerunner of computer science, an irony that would have delighted the inventor of the mechanical stepped reckoner. Mathematicians, too, gave him a fresh nod. Euler, Lagrange, and Cauchy had built mainstream calculus using Leibnizian symbols, unconsciously vindicating his approach. Newton's fluxions faded from textbooks, replaced by dx and di. Over time, the bitterness of the priority dispute waned, replaced by a consensus that both men made seminal contributions. Yet the clarity and adaptability of Leibniz's notation triumphed, ensuring that every subsequent student of calculus inadvertently echoed his innovations. Philosophers of religion revisited his theodicy, finding a sophisticated attempt to defend divine providence against the problem of evil. While few modern theologians embraced it wholesale, they acknowledged its significance as an early attempt at rational theodicy. Others re-evaluated his monads, seeing them less as random speculation and more as a precursor to certain idealist philosophies in Germany. Hegel, for instance, referenced Leibniz's notion of the internal reflection. The French philosopher Gilles Deleuze praised Leibniz's folds, reimagining them for postmodern thought. In the 20th century, the digital revolution casts Leibniz in an even more prophetic light. The binary numeral system, which forms the basis of modern computing, had been explored by Leibniz centuries earlier when he studied the I Ching and envisioned representing all knowledge with ones and zeros. This revelation cemented his reputation as an intellectual who straddled multiple epochs, an aristocratic court advisor who also intuited the logic of future machines. Today, statues of Leibniz stand in Hanover and Leipzig. Institutions named after him foster interdisciplinary research, echoing his conviction that knowledge is one grand continuum. The genealogical history that vexed him remains unfinished, overshadowed by more seminal achievements. Historians marvel at his energy. He left an estimated 200,000 pages of manuscripts, many still unpublished. Each new trove underscores how one man tried to unify law, mathematics, theology, diplomacy, and mechanical innovation under a single rational framework. Thus, the orphan boy who once wandered his father's library in post-war Leipzig emerged as a titan bridging multiple disciplines, forging new frontiers in logic and calculus, all while manoeuvring through the labyrinth of European politics. His final years may have ended in relative obscurity, but posterity reclaimed him as a figure of kaleidoscopic brilliance. More than 3 centuries later, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz endures as an emblem of intellectual ambition, a reminder that the boundaries of knowledge can be transcended by those audacious enough to imagine all truths converging. James Madison was born on March the 16th, 1751, at Belle Grove, his maternal grandparents' estate in the Virginia colony. His parents, James Madison Sr. and Nellie Conway Madison, soon settled the family on a plantation called Mount Pleasant, later renamed Montpelier in Orange County. From a young age, the boy showed an aptitude for quiet observation. While many in the region prized physical feats of hunting or riding, young Madison was introspective, devouring books whenever possible. The plantation environment shaped Madison's outlook. His family used enslaved labour, as did most large Virginia estates, embedding him early in the complexities of an agrarian system reliant on bondage. Madison's father was a leading figure in local affairs, passing on a sense that civic duty was integral to a landowner's life. But overshadowing these local routines was the broader tension between the colonies and Britain. By the time Madison reached adolescence, the fervour for rights and representation had begun simmering throughout the 13 colonies. His formal education commenced locally, though for advanced training, his father sent him to the boarding school of Donald Robertson, known for rigorous classical curricula. There, Madison honed his Latin and Greek. He later studied under a private tutor who introduced him to Enlightenment writings, fueling a deep fascination with political philosophy. This intellectual grounding set him apart from many peers who aimed for more practical pursuits. In 1769, he entered the College of New Jersey, later Princeton University, drawn by its reputation for scholarly seriousness. At Princeton, Madison crammed a 4-year course into 2, exhausting himself in the process. He delved into moral philosophy, logic, mathematics, and theology. Under the influence of the college's president, John Witherspoon, a staunch advocate of Republican ideals, Madison absorbed radical notions about citizen virtue and structured government. After graduating in 1771, Madison continued to study Hebrew and political theory independently, developing a habit of solitary reading. Physically, he was often frail, plagued by periodic seizures or severe headaches. This delicate health contributed to Ambroise' introspective demeanour, contrasting with the more robust images of early American patriots like George Washington. Returning to Virginia in 1772, Madison found the colony edging toward confrontation with Britain. The Boston Tea Party had inflamed tensions, and Parliament's retaliatory measures sparked colonial outrage. Though shy in large gatherings, Madison aligned with those who believed the colonies deserved self-governance. At local committees in Orange County, he offered calm but pointed arguments on imperial overreach. This local activism grew into a seat in the Virginia Convention of 1776, where leading lights of revolution assembled. At the convention, delegates hammered out Virginia's first constitution and a Declaration of Rights. Madison found himself overshadowed by older luminaries like George Mason and Patrick Henry, but his pen soon proved influential. He successfully campaigned for a slight revision to Mason's draft, ensuring broader language about religious liberty. This incident was a telling moment. The young legislator, though reserved, was ready to push for expanded freedoms. his pursuit of robust conscience rights would become a defining thread through his political life. As war began, Madison did not serve directly as a soldier. His health was fragile, and he lacked the physical vigour for extended campaigns. Instead, he contributed behind the scenes, working on local committees that coordinated supply lines and militia organisation. He believed that a stable home front, bound by sound governance, was essential to support the Continental Army's efforts. Throughout the Revolutionary War, he remained primarily in Virginia, developing legislative expertise. In 1777, Madison's political fortune stumbled briefly when he lost a bid for re-election to the Virginia House of Delegates. Why? Some say constituents wanted a representative who would supply them with free liquor at gatherings, a common practice then. Madison, on principle, refused. Yet he soon rebounded, securing an appointment to the Governor's Council of State, where he advised on wartime decisions. This role provided him with a broader view of the Confederation's precarious unity, fueling concerns that the states lacked cohesion. Thus, by the war's midpoint, James Madison was forging a reputation not as a battlefield hero, but as a methodical intellect, devoutly committed to Republican ideals. His quiet style and scholarship contrasted with the fiery oratory of more visible patriots. Yet among those who worked closely with him, he was recognised as a serious thinker. The tapestry of conflict and emergent governance gave him a laboratory to test his ideas. He already suspected that a mere alliance of states would be insufficient for post-war stability. The impetus for a stronger union simmered in his mind, setting the stage for his future role as father of the Constitution. By 1779, Madison's involvement in the revolutionary cause led him to Philadelphia, where the Continental Congress convened. Despite his youth, still under 30, he plunged into the Congress's labyrinth of debates. The delegates were grappling with financing a protracted war, forging alliances abroad, and keeping the shaky Confederation intact. Madison quickly grew disenchanted with how the Articles of Confederation withheld key powers from the central government, no authority to tax or regulate commerce. States squabbled, like Francis Dana or Robert Morris jostled for influence, and the fledgling nation struggled to maintain a cohesive front. In the corridors of Congress, Madison quietly excelled as a legislative craftsman. He compiled reams of notes, summarizing arguments and tracking which delegates aligned with each stance. He recognized that persuading allies demanded carefully framed logic, not bombast. This skill in bridging positions would become a hallmark of his approach to government making. Meanwhile, as the Revolutionary War inched toward an uncertain end, he advocated vigorously for stable funding for the Continental Army. The near mutiny of unpaid troops underscored the systemic weaknesses. He concluded that without a robust federal structure, the new states risked fracturing into petty fiefdoms. After the war ended in 1783, with the Treaty of Paris securing independence, the deeper test began: how to organize a functioning union. Madison returned to Virginia's politics, helping shape the state's statutes, but he never lost sight of the broader question about forging a stronger national framework. During this period, he grew close to Thomas Jefferson, then serving as minister to France. Their correspondence soared with intellectual synergy, exchanging ideas on liberty, religion, agrarian ideals, and architecture. Jefferson's radical theories about the tyranny of old Europe combined with Madison's more measured instincts. The pair formed a dynamic partnership, crucial to the next stage of constitutional debate. In 1786, a meeting in Annapolis aimed to address commerce disputes among states. Madison championed the notion that commercial harmony demanded unified regulations. Attendance was sparse, but the delegates present, including Alexander Hamilton, recommended a grander convention for a thorough revision of the Articles. The seeds for the 1787 Constitutional Convention were sown. Madison, with unwavering conviction, busied himself in a flurry of pre-convention research. He studied ancient confederacies, Greece, the Holy Roman Empire, Swiss cantons, composing a Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederations. This comparative study guided him to see how partial alliances often collapsed under disunity. When the Philadelphia Convention commenced in May 1787, Madison arrived armed with a plan. He had penned the Virginia Plan, advocating a strong central government with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. The plan, introduced by Edmund Randolph, formed the blueprint for the delegates' debates. Madison's systematic approach, he anticipated objections and had reasoned counters, made him an intellectual pivot. Yet compromises were inevitable. The smaller states objected, pushing for equal representation in at least one legislative chamber. The final solution, the Great Compromise, gave each state equal Senate representation and population-based House representation. Madison found that compromise unsatisfying but recognised it as essential for unity. Another point of contention was slavery. Madison personally disdained the moral contradiction, but recognised the deep rifts it created. He opposed a federal ban on the slave trade at that juncture, acknowledging that southern states might bolt if threatened. The convention's final text, in effect, postponed the question. This stance would later stir conflicting feelings in Madison. He wanted a rationally consistent republic, but saw the necessity of short-term concessions to secure overall support. Meanwhile, the 3/5 compromise about counting enslaved people for representation was hammered out, a deeply fraught measure that would sow seeds of future national crises. In September 1787, after months of debate, Madison signed the Constitution. Despite its imperfections, Madison saw the Constitution as a significant improvement over the weak articles. Yet forging the document was one step, persuading states to ratify it was another. Madison teamed with Hamilton and John Jay to write the Federalist Papers, published under the pseudonym Publius. In these essays, Madison's most well-known contributions, Federalist No. 10 and No. 51, focused on managing factions and instituting mechanisms of check and balance. He argued that an extensive republic would guard against tyranny by ensuring no single faction dominated. This line of reasoning swayed skeptics, demonstrating that a new national government could combine stability with personal liberties. Ratification success came in 1788. Madison's clarity of thought had played a major role in securing enough states' approval. Yet critics demanded enumerated safeguards for individual rights. Aware of anti-federalist fears, Madison publicly pledged to add a Bill of Rights once the new government convened. His reputation soared as a champion of reasoned persuasion. By 1789, the Constitution took effect, and Madison found himself elected to the new House of Representatives, primed to finalise the protective measures he had promised. Having largely established the Republic's structural blueprint, Madison's next task was to safeguard the liberties that the revolutionary generation had sacrificed so much for. In the first Congress under President George Washington, James Madison took centre stage, drafting amendments to the Constitution, fulfilling his Bill of Rights promise. Many anti-federalists had demanded explicit safeguards for speech, religion, assembly, and due process. Madison sifted through over 200 suggestions from state-ratifying conventions. His approach balanced enumerating fundamental liberties while ensuring the new government's integrity remained intact. By late 1791, the first 10 amendments were ratified, codifying freedoms crucial to the national ethos. This moment cemented Madison's reputation as a principal architect of American liberty, though debates continued about the precise scope of these rights. Even as he championed the Bill of Rights, Madison found himself in friction with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's financial program, the federal assumption of state debts, a national bank, and protective tariffs clashed with Madison's preference for decentralized fiscal power. At the onset, Madison and Hamilton had been allies in ratifying the Constitution. But once the new system functioned, ideological rifts arose over how strong the central government should be in shaping economic life. Madison believed Hamilton's approach skewed too far toward commerce elites, risking a quasi-aristocracy. Their congressional debates presented two emerging visions for America, laying the groundwork for the initial party split. This political cleavage deepened with foreign affairs. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, initially hailed by many Americans, including Madison, as a sister movement echoing the spirit of '76. But as France slipped into revolutionary bloodshed, Hamiltonians urged caution. They believed forging close ties with Britain, a stable trading partner, was paramount. Jefferson and Madison favoured supporting the French Republic diplomatically. This tension culminated in the formation of two factions, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, spearheaded by Jefferson and Madison. The press took sides, with scathing editorials labelling Federalists as pro-monarchy stooges or Republicans as French stooges. By the mid-1790s, Madison's oratory sharpened. He and Jefferson co-authored the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, 1798 to 1799, condemning the Federalist-controlled Congress's Alien and Sedition Acts. Those acts clamped down on immigrants and criminalized criticisms of government. The resolutions advanced a novel concept. States could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, although this stance rattled the notion of federal supremacy. It resonated with many who saw the Sedition Act as a gross overreach. The matter never reached a direct constitutional crisis, but it planted the seeds of the states' rights argument that would reappear in later controversy. During this period, Madison's personal life also evolved. In 1794, he married Dolly Payne Todd, a vivacious widow known for her social acumen. She brought a warmth and flair to Madison's somewhat reserved persona, soon becoming a key figure in Washington's political society. Hosting gatherings, she bridged partisan divides with charm, turning the Madison Circle into an informal centre for building alliances. The couple never had children of their own, but Dolly's son from her first marriage lived with them, weaving a family dynamic that anchored Madison amid the swirling political storms. As the turn of the century arrived, Federalist dominance waned. John Adams's presidency faced backlash over the Alien and Sedition Acts, an unpopular conflict with France. In the election of 1800, the Democratic Republicans triumphed, propelling Thomas Jefferson to the presidency. Madison became Jefferson's Secretary of State, a role in which he oversaw foreign policy during a delicate juncture. Tensions with Britain and France remained high as those powers waged war. The US strove to trade with both, though each tried to block the other's commerce, seizing American ships. Madison counseled Jefferson through embargoes and trade restrictions, culminating in the widely hated Embargo Act of 1807 that backfired economically at home. During these years, Madison handled numerous negotiations. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, though spearheaded by Jefferson, also reflected Madison's behind-the-scenes diplomacy. He recognized the chance to secure the Mississippi River for American commerce, though some critics hammered them for pushing constitutional bounds. Meanwhile, the embargo fiasco underlined the difficulties of peaceful coercion. As Secretary of State, Madison tried to find subtler ways to defend neutral shipping rights, but British impressment of American sailors persisted. The seeds of war were sown. By the end of Jefferson's second term, the presidency awaited a new occupant. The Democratic-Republican caucus selected Madison as their candidate, a natural next step given his long-standing role as Jefferson's confidant. Despite some factional grumblings, Madison prevailed over Federalist rival Charles C. Pinckney in 1808. He assumed the presidency in 1809 at age 57. The once shy scholar of Montpellier now stood at the apex of national authority, though overshadowed by an approaching storm of British hostility and domestic divisions. In the next phase of his life, Madison would wrestle with the War of 1812, forging a path that tested his convictions on constitutional principles and national identity like never before. James Madison became president in March 1809, inheriting a precarious foreign policy environment. Britain's naval supremacy threatened American trade, impressing US sailors into the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, Napoleon's France, locked in a continental struggle, also disregarded American neutrality. Attempting to safeguard shipping and avoid all-out conflict, Madison supported laws like the Non-Intercourse Act, lifting the total embargo but still barring trade with warring powers unless they ceased harassment. Neither Britain nor France complied meaningfully, leaving the US battered economically and diplomatically. In domestic politics, Federalists predicted chaos under Madison. Yet his calm temperament appealed to many. He recognized the need for a more muscular approach to British provocations if diplomatic efforts failed. By 1811, a new generation of so-called war hawks in Congress, led by figures like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamoured for war against Britain, pointing to impressment and alleged British incitement of Native American attacks on the frontier. Madison, though not a natural warmonger, found himself swayed by the broad public outcry. The final catalyst was the rising confrontation in the Old Northwest. Native leader Tecumseh sought a confederation to resist American expansion, while British arms found their way into indigenous hands. When violence flared, pro-war sentiment soared. Madison requested a declaration of war in June 1812, marking the first time the young republic formally declared war on another nation. The War of 1812 began with illusions that a quick conquest of Canada might coerce Britain into concessions. However, the US military was ill-prepared. The army was small, leadership was inconsistent, and the navy, though spirited, was dwarfed by the Royal Navy's might. Early campaigns were embarrassing. Attempts to invade Canada floundered, territory was lost, culminating in the capture of Detroit. Federalists, especially in New England, lambasted the war, calling it Mr. Madison's War. Some states withheld militia from federal service. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a handful of US frigates scored moral victories against British ships, fueling national pride. But overall, the conflict ground on, draining treasury funds. The British blockade strangled American ports, decimating trade. By 1814, with Napoleon's defeat in Europe, Britain refocused on the American front, launching major offensives. That year saw the British burn Washington, D.C., in retaliation for American assaults in Canada. Madison famously fled the White House with Dolly, saving key documents and the iconic portrait of George Washington. The Capitol's sacking was humiliating, but the refusal of local militias to stand firm was equally sobering. Many deemed it a low point in the deal, yet subsequent events provided redemption. The British turned to capture Baltimore, but American defenders repulsed them, inspiring Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner lines. Meanwhile, in the West, US forces began pushing back. By late 1814, both sides were weary. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a peace treaty signed on Christmas Eve 1814, restoring pre-war boundaries without addressing impressment. Still, news travelled slowly, so the Battle of New Orleans occurred in January 1815, where General Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted a stunning defeat on the British. The subsequent euphoria overshadowed the fact the battle took place after the treaty, making the final memory one of triumphant victory. This outcome salvaged national pride, effectively rebranding the war as a second war of independence. In practical terms, the War of 1812 ended with no major territorial gains, but it catalysed a wave of nationalism. The Federalist Party, which had opposed the war, never recovered from accusations of disloyalty spurred by the Hartford Convention, where some New England delegates discussed secession or radical constitutional changes. Thus, Madison left the presidency in 1817, presiding over a newly re-energized sense of national unity, though behind the scenes, sectional rivalries still brewed. He was also known as the last of the Virginia dynasty, after serving 2 terms, succeeded by James Monroe. Reflecting on the conflict, Madison admitted the war's impetus was as much about national honour as about maritime rights. He believed the fiascos early on revealed the necessity for better national defence, a well-organised financial system, and a sense that the states must unify behind federal decisions in crises. While the war was no triumphant conquest, the ephemeral surge in patriotism gave him a measure of vindication. With the crisis concluded, he and Dolly prepared to retire to Montpelier. The swirling fervour, from burning capitals to celebratory parades, receded as normal life resumed. By 1817, Madison was physically exhausted but proud that the Republic endured. He recognised new challenges loomed: territorial expansion, the spread of cotton-based slavery, and the rancour of sectional politics. Yet for the moment, the illusions of a robust union overshadowed deep divisions. The era of good feelings dawned under Monroe, and Madison could claim that, for better or worse, he had guided the Republic through the fiery test of war. His next years, spent in relative quiet, offered a vantage from which he would continue shaping American political thought through his letters and involvement in key national debates. When James Madison retired to Montpelier in 1817, he might have expected a peaceful retirement. He was 65, had steered the nation through war, and left office with the Democratic-Republican Party dominant. However, he continued to participate in public life, albeit in a more indirect manner. His Montpelier estate, sprawling over farmland, still operated with enslaved labour. Madison, grappling with moral qualms about slavery, never freed the majority of them in his lifetime, believing emancipation should occur gradually with legislative safeguards. This stance, halfway between condemnation and acceptance, revealed deep contradictions that overshadowed his otherwise lofty philosophy. Madison continued corresponding with Thomas Jefferson, exchanging ideas about education, agriculture, and the shaping of the University of Virginia. He served on the institution's board of visitors, helping refine curricula and administrative policies. The concept of higher education that nurtured civic virtues and scientific inquiry resonated with him. He envisioned an entire generation of statesmen shaped by classical knowledge, yet pragmatic in governance. The campus took shape near Monticello, linking the two men's legacies in the region. Political tensions continued to simmer. The Missouri Crisis of 1819 to 1820 erupted over slavery's expansion west. Many looked to Madison, the father of the Constitution, for guidance. Privately, he lamented the intensifying sectional lines, but believed that compromise was essential to preserve the Union. He supported the Missouri Compromise's approach, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a latitudinal line for future territories. It was merely a temporary solution to an escalating problem. Madison recognized that ignoring the fundamental moral tension might be catastrophic, but he saw no immediate path to comprehensive resolution. As with many founders, he bet on incremental solutions. Another cause that animated his retirement was the notion of amending the Constitution to refine aspects of governance. He favoured clarifying congressional powers or adjusting the structure of representation, but these suggestions never gained broad traction, as the nation was forging a new identity under the surge of Jacksonian democracy. While Madison respected popular sovereignty, he also feared demagoguery if checks and balances weakened. He wrote lengthy letters, cautioning that unbridled majority rule could trample minority rights, one reason he had championed an extended republic initially. During these years, Dolly's popularity soared as a revered figure from Washington society. Even in retirement, the couple hosted statesmen, foreign visitors, and old comrades. Montpelier became a hub for travellers craving the perspective of an ageing statesman who had shaped the Constitution. Some found him subdued, more an academic presence than a flamboyant figure. Others noted his courtesy, especially toward young people with intellectual curiosity. He remained open to debate, seldom raising his voice yet always weaving references to classical sources or past legislative battles. Financial strains, however, plagued him. Like many plantation owners reliant on slave-based agriculture, he faced fluctuating crop prices, mounting debts, and the economic churn of a rapidly industrializing nation. He sold or mortgaged land to stay solvent. The contradiction between championing a stable republic and personally grappling with economic uncertainties mirrored the era's transformation. Moreover, the daily operations of the plantation bound him to the moral weight of enslaving over 100 individuals, forging a tension unspoken yet inescapable. Madison's health waned gradually. He endured rheumatism and digestive ailments. Still, he maintained a disciplined reading schedule, scanning newspapers for signs of national friction. He weighed in on the debates about nullification in the 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to ignore federal tariffs. Alarmed, he wrote clarifications, insisting that states lacked unilateral authority to void federal laws. This stance was ironic, given that decades earlier he had co-authored the Virginia Resolutions. Now, he tried to differentiate between legitimate protest and outright defiance. The escalation toward potential disunion troubled him deeply. By the early 1830s, Jefferson was long dead. Madison, the last major architect of the Constitution among the founding generation, watched Andrew Jackson's presidency roil the political realm. Democracy's complexion had altered, property qualifications fell, new Western states joined, and party machines mobilized popular support. He had occasionally worried that raw majoritarian impulses overshadowed the balanced, reasoned approach he had championed. However, it was impossible to reverse the trend. He acknowledged that every generation would interpret the Constitution differently. As the end loomed in 1836, Madison's mind remained sharp, though physically he was frail. He passed away on June 28, 1836, at Montpelier, aged 85, the last living signer of the Constitution. The event marked the end of an era. He left behind reams of letters and essays and an indelible role as the methodical framer. The republic he helped birth had changed drastically, propelled by populist energies he only partly embraced. Still, for all the turmoil, it had survived half a century, guided by the structure he had so carefully shaped. His final rest concluded a life-bridging revolutionary fervour and the complexities of a young but expanding nation. After James Madison's death, public memory swiftly lionized him as the father of the Constitution, yet the immediate 19th century saw only sporadic references to his intellectual achievements. The spotlight often went to Washington's military leadership or Jefferson's flair. In Virginia, admirers recognized him as a thoughtful statesman overshadowed by flamboyant peers. Outside the region, his image was comparatively muted. The Civil War overshadowed the mid-19th century, forcing issues of union versus states' rights to the forefront. Madison's nuanced approach to balancing federal and state powers gained fresh scrutiny during that conflict, with both sides citing elements of his writings to bolster their arguments. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that scholarly circles re-evaluated Madison in detail. His diaries, once overshadowed, revealed the behind-the-scenes deliberations at the Constitutional Convention. Historians recognized the scope of his systematic planning. His notes of debates became a primary resource for understanding the founders' intentions. Legal scholars discovered how integral his Federalist essays were to forming the framework of American jurisprudence. He emerged from the shadows of Jefferson and Hamilton, recognized as an indispensable pivot in forging a stable constitution. This re-evaluation also reanimated critiques of his moral contradictions, especially regarding slavery. Some mid-20th century scholars tried to paint him as personally opposed to enslavement, yet stymied by political circumstances. More recent historians, however, note that while he found slavery distasteful, he actively benefited from it throughout his life, never fully championing emancipation. That gap in moral conviction darkens the legacy of a man who otherwise championed individual liberty. The question arises, how could the principal author of the Bill of Rights remain complicit in human bondage? This tension forms a pivotal aspect of modern interpretations, reminding us that brilliance in political design doesn't negate ethical blind spots. Another dimension of renewed interest focuses on Madison's partnership with Dolly. Historians highlight how her sociable presence helped unify fractious politicians, forging the White House or other receptions into spaces for bridging partisan divides. While overshadowed by the flamboyance of, say, a John Adams or the grandeur of Washington, the Madisons offered a sense of Republican elegance, with Dolly's hospitality matching James's intellect. In the early 19th century, visitors often left with a sense that the President and First Lady were forging a new style of leadership, less monarchical pomp, more approachable refinement. In legal circles, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall gradually shaped constitutional interpretation in ways that arguably extended beyond Madison's original blueprint. Cases like Marbury v. Madison ironically enshrined the concept of judicial review, which was not explicitly detailed in the Constitution. Madison's name was attached to the case, though in that instance, he was the official who refused to deliver a judicial appointment, sparking the lawsuit. The ruling gave the judiciary the final say on constitutional matters, which might have surprised Madison, as he championed legislative dominance in some writings. Yet the evolution continued, and the living constitution adapted in directions possibly beyond even Madison's foresight. Into the 20th century, major anniversaries, the bicentennial of the Constitution, for instance, amplified Madison's place in public consciousness. Speeches recast him as the quiet genius, ensuring no single branch of government overshadowed the others. In an era dominated by large-scale political parties and global power structures, some admired his conviction that extended republics control factionalism. Others found his view naive, pointing to the intense polarizations of modern politics. Even so, the blueprint of checks and balances persists, credited to Madison's systematic approach. In popular culture, references to Madison remain less flamboyant than to certain other founders, but occasionally a biography or documentary underscores his role in shaping the Bill of Rights or guiding the War of 1812. Montpellier, after extensive restoration, now stands as a museum site. Exhibits highlight not just Madison's role, but also the lives of enslaved families who toiled there. Visitors witness a more complete portrait of the plantation's layered reality, bridging triumphs of constitutional genius with the heartbreak of forced labour. This dual narrative corrects earlier hagiographies, pressing visitors to reconcile the complexities. Thus, James Madison's posthumous journey swings between reverential acknowledgement of his institutional craft and sober acknowledgement of moral paradoxes. That deeper portrait suits a modern audience seeking authenticity over myth. We find in him a humbly sized man overshadowed by bigger personalities, yet in many ways the intellectual core of the revolutionary generation's nation-building. While not flamboyant, his persistent focus on structure and compromise proved essential to forging a republic resilient enough to survive civil war, expansions, global conflicts, and leaps in technology. His legacy remains a testament to the power and limits of thoughtful governance, reminding us that the best structures still rely on the flawed humans who inhabit them. James Madison's life offers insights into how careful thinking and incremental influence can reshape an entire society. He never commanded armies or soared with fiery oratory. Instead, he methodically used reason and communication to guide from the background. Observing his trajectory underscores that leadership can emerge from quiet conviction rather than flamboyant displays. One lesser-known aspect is his continued devotion to scholarly processes even while in office. He read widely, devouring classical references on governance and moral philosophy. He believed that political institutions should reflect rational design, an unusual stance in an era still shaped by the monarchy and tradition. This penchant for structured problem-solving remains relevant in modern contexts, where data-driven policies and careful legislative drafting often outlast bombastic speeches. Madison's approach, bridging principles with compromise, might serve as a template for bridging polarised divides, yet any reflection on him also demands confronting the slavery question. Madison's private letters to Quaker friends or philanthropic acquaintances reveal the moral wrestling he endured, admitting that slavery was incompatible with Republican ideals, but time after time he balked at championing immediate emancipation. He accepted half-done measures, perhaps out of economic dependency or fear of disunion if the matter was pressed. This tension resonates with many professionals who see moral imperatives but feel constrained by practical or institutional obstacles. Madison's example warns that deferring a moral crisis can cause deeper agony down the line. Another dimension is how Madison navigated personal adversity. Like his fragile health, throughout his life he experienced episodes described as seizures or severe migraines. Despite these constraints, he pressed forward academically and politically, forging a robust intellectual brand. This quiet resilience challenges the notion that a leader must display robust physicality. Indeed, in a modern context of chronic health concerns, his perseverance demonstrates that mental acuity and steadiness can offset physical limitations in achieving profound influence. Additionally, Madison's partnership with Dolly illuminates how a supportive spouse or partner can facilitate better leadership. Dolly's social grace and convivial approach bridged political adversaries, turning White House receptions under the Madisons into events that softened partisan rancour. This synergy highlights that effective governance can rely on intangible personal connections, not just legislative prowess. In workplaces or community organisations, a relational dimension often complements the policy dimension, making success more sustainable. Madison's legacy also reveals the complexity of championing novelty within a group setting. The Constitutional Convention was a grand collaborative environment with brilliant minds, each wielding distinct agendas. Madison's drafting of the Virginia Plan emerged from years of studying historical confederacies and forming personal alliances. Earning buy-in required tailoring the plan to quell the smaller states' fears, eventually morphing into the Great Compromise. Modern organisational leaders may glean that pushing reform is rarely about imposing a blueprint unaltered. It's about shaping a flexible framework that key stakeholders can accept, even grudgingly. His post-presidential phase, where he faced personal financial stress, also resonates. Despite monumental achievements, he found himself short on liquidity, dependent on borrowed funds. This incident underscores that professional success or historical greatness doesn't guarantee financial ease. Individuals in midlife contending with changing economic fortunes can see a parallel. One can shape national destinies yet struggle with personal accounts. Finally, the War of 1812 underlines that not all policies, even if well-intentioned, yield neat victories. The conflict ended with a surge of patriotism, but it was by no means a tidy triumph. The story is a cautionary note for modern endeavours. Strategic aims can be overshadowed by chance, shifting alliances, or resource shortfalls, yet how one manages adversity, adapting and forging unifying narratives, can still yield long-term constructive outcomes. Today, as we revisit the Founding Fathers, James Madison stands out not for flamboyant gestures, but for the quiet thoroughness of his intellectual and political craft. He orchestrated from the background, hammered out the Bill of Rights, navigated the Republic through a vexing war, and left behind an architecture of governance that still frames American life. The paradoxes remain: a champion of liberty complicit in slavery, a mild-mannered man orchestrating fierce debates. But these contradictions highlight the real complexity of shaping a new nation under uncertain conditions. For a midlife audience balancing ideals with real-world the Battle of Gettysburg began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow. But the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point, a moment where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously in the balance. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy. On the Union side, General George G. Meade had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but their resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the Union burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town, as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank. Outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union's position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle. Elsewhere, the fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. Soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 12,500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both awe-inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders, entrenched on Cemetery Ridge, unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defences. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realizing that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union Army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time. As you drift into sleep, let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the fields after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves, hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war, trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying. Homes, barns, and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers, regardless of the uniforms they wore. The lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The Army of the Potomac had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks, following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honour the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 7 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln's Gettysburg address was met with a mixed reception at the time, with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare. Over the years, Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education and pilgrimage. Monuments and markers were erected to honour the soldiers, who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made, and to ponder the lessons of history. Today, Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your heart. The legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice, and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict. In the years following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honour their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pickett's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding. Over time, Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor centre provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honour the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society. Today, Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honour the past, reflect on the present, and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls, and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times, there is hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the costs of division and the strength required to build unity. It challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honour the sacrifices of those who came before us by working to create a better world. As you settle into rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we are reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In the years following the battle, the memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination to heal. Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle. From generals like Robert E. Lee and George Meade, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve, each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men, from both the Union and Confederate armies, faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the value of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle to create a more perfect union. Today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. The stories of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honour their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Sweet dreams. Nicolaus Copernicus did not awake each morning expecting to redefine how humanity understood the cosmos. In his youth, he was a quiet observer of everyday trade, civic gossip, and the slow turn of seasons along the Vistula River. Born in 1473 in Torun, he lived in a land humming with activity, bustling markets, occasional outbreaks of illness, and whispers of new maps from distant seas. He absorbed all of it without making grand claims or seeking quick fame. His father, a merchant of modest means, died when Copernicus was still a child. This loss shifted the boy's path, placing him under the care of his uncle, Lucas Watson Rhodes, a bishop with strong ambitions for his nephew. But it was not a cosy arrangement free from pressure. In 15th century Europe, family alliances mingled with church roles. Watson Rhodes made sure Nicolaus gained a broad education, perhaps believing that a well-schooled clergyman could serve both faith and practical politics. By his late teens, Copernicus studied at the University of Krakow, a lively centre of scholarship. The city's streets teemed with visiting merchants who told of copper mines and foreign trade routes. Professors taught geometry side by side with astrology, half-lost Greek texts and careful reflections on the cosmos. Nicolaus listened eagerly. He devoured ideas about celestial spheres and puzzling planetary orbits, tucking them away while also training in law and medicine. As a student, he displayed no wild rebellion. Instead, he showed a quiet thirst for evidence. If a notion seemed inconsistent, such as the accepted idea that the sun spun around Earth, he filed it under needs more thought. Beyond the lecture halls, Copernicus encountered a swirl of travelling scholars. Some boasted credentials from Italy or distant corners of the Holy Roman Empire. They debated the relative positions of stars, whether Mercury followed a perplexing path, and if ancient astronomers might have overlooked simpler interpretations. Many dismissed alternatives outright, clinging to the comfort of tradition. But Copernicus felt a tug toward re-examination. Observing the sky with primitive instruments, he noted patterns that didn't align perfectly with existing models. He completed his basic studies in Krakow, then ventured beyond Poland's borders. Italy beckoned, with universities in Bologna and Padua promising more specialised knowledge. There, he immersed himself in the revival of Greek and Roman thought. He pored over manuscripts in dimly lit libraries, fascinated by calculations from centuries past. He also studied canon law, fulfilling family expectations that he build a solid ecclesiastical career. But when evenings came, he would slip outside and look heavenward, measuring angles between stars or charting planetary positions. Each observation hinted that Earth might be in motion, though he dared not announce such a claim prematurely. Although Copernicus was devout and respectful of the Church's authority, he had a careful mind. He saw how theological and political forces shaped knowledge. If a new idea threatened established beliefs, it might be scorned before it was tested. He acquired the skill of patience. Gradually, he compiled observations. He refined calculations taken from Greek sources, then combined them with modern star charts. Quietly, the shape of a new model emerged. Earth, in motion around a sun that commanded the centre of the system. Yet even these thoughts were incomplete. He lacked perfect instruments and recognised that the mathematics required further refinement. By the time he returned to his homeland to serve as a canon at Frombork Cathedral, Copernicus had developed an approach that blended caution with an innovation. In Frombork, he managed administrative tasks, financial matters, and community disputes, skills that gave him a grounding in practical life. Still, late at night, he observed the skies through tiny windows in the tower. Using rudimentary tools, he tested angles, compared them with references, and revised his growing manuscript. Few neighbours knew the depth of his curiosity. He did not proclaim that the earth moved, or that centuries of teaching were flawed. Instead, he continued to gather data, revise charts, and refine his emerging theory. He weighed the risk. To challenge the geocentric worldview was to question scriptural interpretations, academic tradition, and the power structures that shaped them. But the puzzle of planetary movement drew him forward, urging him toward a more convincing explanation. By the dawn of a new century, Copernicus's notebooks were rich with diagrams that contradicted accepted dogma. The seeds of a revolution were sown, even if they still rested in unspoken form, in the mind of a humble canon quietly scribbling in a remote corner of Europe. In secret letters to close colleagues, he hinted at his suspicions but held back his conclusions. By the early 16th century, Frombork was more than a spot on the Baltic coast. Its cathedral, perched above windswept waters, housed Copernicus in his role as canon. Here, he balanced church governance with private questions about planetary motion. Though smaller than Krakow or Bologna, Frombork offered something precious, quiet, steady hours for research. Europe was tense with talk of religious reform. Rumours of upheaval swept through ports, reaching Frombork in whispered fragments. Copernicus saw the risks of challenging official doctrine. If he declared Earth's movement, he might face condemnation. So, he worked cautiously, measuring the sky with simple instruments each night. His notes revealed that the sun, not Earth, likely held the centre. During the day, he managed church finances and mediated local problems. Officials admired his precision and calm. When currency troubles arose, he designed measures to stabilise coinage, bolstering his reputation as a logical thinker. Such behaviour helped mask his radical astronomy. The more respect he garnered for practical solutions, the safer he felt exploring unorthodox ideas in private. Still, he remained torn. In an age where the Church shaped much of scientific understanding, proposing a heliocentric system was risky. Scripture seemed to confirm Earth's central place. Copernicus grasped that mathematical evidence alone might not sway those who believed questioning geocentrism was akin to heresy. He exchanged guarded letters with scholars, sharing parts of his data but rarely revealing the full extent of his model. Frombork's quiet aided his patience. He tracked planetary paths across months and years. Errors in existing models grew too large to ignore. The orbits, once force-fit to Ptolemy's system, made sense when the sun sat in the middle. Copernicus refined these insights in drafts he showed only to trusted friends. He feared the backlash if word spread prematurely. Meanwhile, the Reformation simmered in Europe. People questioned church authority on many fronts. The old structures were weakening. Copernicus observed that the pervasive uncertainty could potentially foster new ideas, but it also heightened the likelihood of severe retaliation if these ideas contradicted deeply held beliefs. He watched how daring thinkers risked exile or worse, yet some found pockets of support, suggesting that a revolution in astronomy might eventually find acceptance. By the mid-1510s, his notebooks held a skeleton of the heliocentric model. Earth spun and circled the sun, joined by the other planets, yet he refused to publish a major treatise. He insisted on checking every calculation. Observational evidence had to be beyond reproach. Church superiors recognized his diligence and seldom pried into his nighttime research. They assumed he was honing church-related expertise, not drafting a cosmic shift. His life looked ordinary. He ate modest meals, cared for ill colleagues, and attended to canonical duties with unwavering focus. But once darkness fell, he scaled the cathedral tower to observe the planets. He aligned homemade instruments to gauge Jupiter's position, or noted how Venus vanished behind the sun's glare at times inconsistent with geocentrism. In the hush of the tower, he felt the weight of discovery, tempered by the knowledge that revealing it too soon could endanger him. This period also tested his resolve. Persistent calculations sometimes contradicted his earlier assumptions, forcing him to correct or refine his diagrams. Yet each setback nudged him toward a more robust framework. He realized that Ptolemy's centuries-old design no longer held up under meticulous scrutiny. If Earth truly revolved, it explained the irregular motion so many had labored to reconcile. The data whispered the ancient edifice of belief was cracking. In 1514, he drafted a concise outline called the Commentariolus. It circulated among a small circle, generating muted intrigue. Copernicus valued their feedback, which helped him hone his equations. He kept his tone measured, presenting heliocentrism as a hypothesis rather than a challenge to authority. He saw that acceptance depended on evidence, not strident proclamations, and so he persisted, day after day. He would read economic reports in the morning and engage in stargazing at night, constantly refining his observations. The locals viewed him as a prudent canon, never suspecting that his observations could unsettle the very foundation of cosmic order. Yet, in that remote corner of the Baltic, he gathered the pieces for a grand puzzle that would, in time, upend humanity's view of itself. By the end of this phase, his confidence had grown. The numbers spoke clearly to him, even if he kept them hidden from public debate. While Europe's religious tensions escalated, Copernicus quietly solidified his theory. He saw potential allies in a future shaped by fresh perspectives. By the 1520s, Europe's religious landscape was in upheaval. Martin Luther's Reformation challenged long-standing church authority, fueling tension across nations. Against this backdrop, Copernicus quietly refined his heliocentric theory. At Frombork, he juggled ecclesiastical duties with clandestine astronomical pursuits. Aware that a misstep could brand him a heretic, he shared star charts and observations through letters to scholars in Italy and Germany. Although some recognized that Ptolemaic geocentrism seemed forced, open endorsement of Earth's motion was risky. Copernicus tested each new data point, measuring planetary positions with homemade instruments. With each alignment, the sun-centered approach gained credibility, but proclaiming it publicly might trigger condemnation. The diocese entrusted him with greater responsibilities. He resolved financial disputes, attended synods, and occasionally travelled. Everywhere he went, he saw how Luther's ideas shook old pillars of authority. Quietly, he noted parallels to the cosmic debate. If Europe's spiritual core could be questioned, perhaps its astronomical beliefs might also be challenged. Still, caution prevailed. He wrote in Latin, making his drafts less accessible to the uninitiated. He tested retrograde motion under the new model, confirmed that Earth's rotation explained day and night, and that seasonal changes fit a planet circling the sun. He was building a rigorous, cohesive argument. Yet rumours spread that Copernicus harboured unorthodox views. Aware that unrefined manuscripts circulated without his permission, he worried about critics who might seize on incomplete data. Despite these fears, he found encouragement in quiet corners. Trusted colleagues marvelled at how neatly the theory explained planetary wanderings. Others, fearful themselves, advised him to hold back until Europe's religious confusion abated. He heeded that counsel, but he kept gathering observations. Night after night, he charted angles and times, refining calculations. He felt certain that Earth's motion was not just plausible, it was likely true. One of his challenges lay in reconciling scripture with a moving Earth. Many clerics took biblical phrases as literal proof of geocentrism. Copernicus believed the Bible employed everyday language, not strict cosmic geometry. He chose his words carefully, asserting that a sun-centered system needn't undermine faith. Privately, he wished for a church open to nature's revelations, but he recognized the risk of alienation if he pushed too hard. By the mid-1520s, Europe's political shifts touched him personally. He helped local officials with coin reforms, an effort that drew upon his mathematical precision. This success bolstered his standing as a practical problem solver, indirectly shielding him from suspicion. Yet church officials sometimes hinted that he should remain within traditional boundaries. They valued his service but seemed uneasy about whispers of cosmic novelties. His progress on the manuscript advanced. The geometry no longer relied on clunky epicycles. Heliocentrism explained phenomena more directly, with fewer forced corrections. He tested Mercury's orbit, verifying that its swift revolutions made sense in the new scheme. He noted how Venus's phases and brightness variations supported a sun-centered perspective. These observations, though rudimentary by modern standards, were groundbreaking. As Europe's religious conflicts intensified, Copernicus reflected on timing. Should he reveal his findings before the Church fully stabilized? He feared that any radical claim might be conflated with Lutheran heresies. He remained loyal to Catholicism, seeing no reason why a more accurate cosmic map should threaten spiritual truths. Yet he knew that misunderstandings abounded, and dogmatic zeal could swiftly erupt into persecution. By the late 1520s, he had assembled a near-complete draft. He called it De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. He circulated sections to close confidants, soliciting feedback on calculations or clarity. A few suggested releasing it soon, hoping Europe's thirst for new knowledge might outweigh theological resistance. Others counselled patience, warning that the times were too volatile. Copernicus weighed both sides. He recognised that the Reformation had shattered old certainties. Perhaps the moment was ripe for new truths. However, the consequences of open defiance were significant. He decided to continue polishing the manuscript, ensuring that no detail was left unverified. In the event of condemnation, the evidence would undoubtedly bear witness. Meanwhile, life at Frombock proceeded with routine. He oversaw funds, settled disputes, and tended to the occasional patient. By night, he ascended the tower to observe the stars. They remained serenely predictable, orbiting the sun in patterns his mathematics could describe. This harmony sustained him, even as Europe's politics churned unpredictably. He remained resolute. Soon, he would finalize his cosmic blueprint. Copernicus was on the verge of a significant discovery. Years of painstaking work had reinforced an idea once unthinkable. Earth was neither the cosmic pivot nor immovable. In the hush of his study, he refined equations that could uproot centuries of belief. Yet for now, he kept them close, awaiting an opening in history's storm that might allow the light of his discovery to shine without calamity. Copernicus continued his delicate balance as the 1530s approached. Europe's religious turbulence showed no sign of easing, and he sensed that caution remained critical. Yet, with each passing year, his manuscript neared completion, the pages revealing a coherent system in which Earth, once deemed the universe's anchor, now shared the heavens with planets spinning around the sun. Quietly, he refined details that nagged at him. Because Mars seemed to be moving backwards, it needed extra care because its path showed there was a better way to solve the problem than the geocentric mess of spheres and epicycles. By focusing on Mars and Venus, planets whose orbits came closest to Earth, he strengthened the numerical backbone of his claim. His devotion to precision occasionally bordered on obsession, but this meticulousness, he believed, was the only shield against accusations of error. Frombock's daily routines persisted. In the cathedral's records, his signature appears on financial ledgers and property documents. He participated in church synods, debated currency standards, and offered medical consultations to fellow clerics. Despite his responsibilities, he was always fascinated by geometry and star charts. At times, he found it ironic that a man so deeply entrenched in the church's official structure was assembling a radical concept that could unseat centuries-old dogma. Yet Copernicus did not see himself as a rebel. He was not out to undermine faith, merely to rectify what he viewed as a flawed cosmology. The impetus behind his work was neither vanity nor rebellion, but a quest for a truer understanding of creation. If God had set the sun at the centre, then acknowledging that truth honoured, rather than defied, divine order. In these years, a handful of younger scholars began seeking him out. They heard whispers that an unassuming canon in a Baltic outpost was building a staggering new celestial framework. One such visitor was a bright mathematician who journeyed north, risking poor roads and uncertain lodgings, just to glimpse Copernicus's calculations. Though the older man was reserved, he recognised genuine curiosity in these guests, and sometimes shared glimpses of his evolving model. He stressed that it was still in flux, cautioning them not to spread half-formed theories that critics could easily dismantle. Occasionally, word of Copernicus's ideas made its way to academics in larger cities. Some expressed scepticism. They pointed to centuries of authority backing Earth's fixed position, or they raised theological concerns about dislodging humanity from the cosmic centre. Others quietly cheered him on, intrigued by reports that his geometry matched observations more neatly than Ptolemy's. This division in response only heightened his sense that timing would be everything. One challenge he faced was how to present his findings. The written text was dense, filled with geometry and astronomical tables. It would not be a casual read for the untrained. That was intentional. Copernicus believed that if his argument stood against theological scrutiny, it must first appear airtight to mathematicians. Once the mathematical skeleton was unassailable, he hoped reason would triumph, persuading even skeptics who feared contradiction with scripture. Still, he had lingering doubts about reception. Europe was in disarray, local skirmishes erupted over doctrines that now seemed fluid, and the threat of political entanglement loomed. When he read news of harsh punishments for dissenters, he wondered whether his cosmic theory might be lumped in with dangerous heresies. Yet he pressed on, guided by an inner conviction that the simpler explanation of planetary motion must eventually prevail. Between editing sessions, he still took time to observe the heavens. Nightly vigils were a source of comfort for him even in his 50s. The glimmer of Saturn, or the brightness of Jupiter, reassured him that the sky did not bend to human quarrels. It followed laws that beckoned to be understood. Inside Frombork's walls, Copernicus's outward life appeared unchanged. He was a dutiful canon, a measured official, and an occasionally stern caretaker of church affairs. Only a trusted few knew how deeply he wrestled with the final touches of his magnum opus. Some nights, by lamplight, he rearranged entire paragraphs, seeking a more precise way to describe planetary paths. Small errors had no place in a claim this bold. As the decade progressed, letters trickled in from scholars who'd glimpsed parts of his manuscript. Many urged him to publish. His seclusion, they argued, only delayed a necessary debate. Yet the swirling uncertainty in Europe gave him pause. He suspected that once his book was out, there would be no turning back. For now, he clung to a cautious optimism. Perhaps a new era would dawn, one open to re-evaluating ancient truths. In that hope, he saw the faint glow of a future shaped by calculation and observation. The dawn of the 1540s brought Copernicus an unexpected visitor, Georg Joachim Rheticus, a young mathematician from Wittenberg. Rheticus had heard the rumours. An ageing canon in distant Warmia was challenging the cosmos itself. Curious and bold, Rheticus travelled north to see if the stories were true. Upon arrival, he found Copernicus at his desk, surrounded by geometric diagrams, half-finished manuscripts, and star charts pinned to walls. Their initial conversation was guarded. Copernicus, ever wary, questioned Rheticus's motives. Was this gentleman a genuine scholar or a spy, sent by critics seeking ammunition against him? But Rheticus displayed both admiration and a profound knowledge of mathematics. Before long, trust replaced suspicion. The younger man pored over Copernicus's notes, impressed by the clarity with which heliocentrism solved planetary riddles. Retrograde motion, awkward epicycles, and the wandering paths of Venus and Mars became far more comprehensible in a sun-centered layout. Encouraged by Rheticus's enthusiasm, Copernicus cautiously shared more details. He explained how decades of observations pointed to the same conclusion. Earth was a planet orbiting the sun, spinning on its axis to create day and night. Rheticus, astonished, urged him to publish. If even a fraction of these calculations were accurate, the world needed to know. Copernicus hesitated. Europe's religious situation remained volatile. One misinterpretation of his work could see him branded a heretic. Still, Rheticus persisted. He offered to write a preliminary treatise showcasing the core arguments, a trial balloon to gauge reaction. Copernicus consented, handing over relevant tables and diagrams. Rheticus composed the Narratio Prima, describing heliocentrism in readable form. Circulated in scholarly circles, it sparked a mix of curiosity, praise, and alarm. Some lauded the elegant math, others bristled at dethroning Earth. The Church kept silent for the moment, perhaps not fully grasping the implications or too busy handling other controversies. Buoyed by the reaction, Rheticus urged Copernicus to finalize De Revolutionibus. He argued that reason and observation were on their side. If the book laid out each calculation thoroughly, it could withstand even hostile scrutiny. In private, Copernicus felt he was facing a pivotal moment. He had dedicated most of his adult life to this theory. If he died with the manuscript unpublished, all that effort might fade into obscurity, yet to publish was to risk condemnation. Even as he wrestled with these choices, life in Frombork marched forward. He oversaw church revenues, patched up administrative loopholes, and sometimes practiced medicine for local residents. Rheticus stayed for months, assisting with computations and clarifying textual passages. Their collaboration proved fruitful. Where Copernicus's Latin explanations felt dense, Rheticus suggested simpler wording. Where Rheticus hurried, Copernicus insisted on double-checking each figure. In time, the manuscript became more coherent and approachable. Rumours of this partnership spread, and some scholars travelled north to witness the synergy. They debated planetary speeds and elliptical hints. Though neither man realised it fully at the time, their exchange of ideas foreshadowed future scientific endeavours where collaboration would push boundaries of knowledge. Yet clouds of doubt hovered. Not everyone was ready for a world lacking Earth's cosmic privilege. Meanwhile, Copernicus received letters from distant colleagues warning him of potential backlash. A few devout theologians insisted that Scripture unequivocally placed Earth at the centre. Another faction, less tied to literal interpretations, expressed intrigue at the possibility of reconciling a moving Earth with God's grand design. In these missives, Copernicus saw both risk and hope. Divisions among intellectuals mirrored the broader rift fracturing Christendom. Increasingly, he leaned on Rheticus for counsel. The younger man advocated transparency, convinced that a well-argued treatise would find defenders among Europe's scholars. This optimism heartened Copernicus, though he remained wary. To reassure his friend, and perhaps himself, he invoked the principle that truth, grounded in measurable phenomena, should endure. If the sun truly lay at the centre, no condemnation could erase the geometry proving it. Yet, as they rechecked tables and refined the text, Copernicus's health began to wane. Long hours at his desk, combined with the stress of potential controversy, weighed on him. Still, he pressed forward. In quiet corners of the cathedral complex, he paced, mentally rehearsing how to defend his findings if challenged. With each revision, De Revolutionibus solidified into a structured argument. Geometry and observation intertwined, forming a fortress of logic. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Rheticus suggested printing the manuscript. Copernicus reluctantly agreed, provided he could oversee the final stages to ensure accuracy. He wanted no sensationalism, no grandstanding. The data would provide sufficient evidence. A moving Earth wasn't just an opinion, it was a conclusion drawn from decades of meticulous inquiry. By the early 1540s, Copernicus was on the verge of publication. The quiet scholar who once hid his notes now inched toward revealing them. Europe might recoil or rejoice. He could not predict. But with Rheticus at his side, he felt less alone. The momentum was unstoppable. A swirl of ink-stained pages, fresh calculations, and cautious excitement gathered force. Soon, the world would learn of a cosmic shift that carried as much poetic wonder as it did sober mathematics. By 1542, Copernicus's manuscript was nearly ready for the printer, yet he fretted over every line. Even after Rheticus departed from Bork to handle affairs elsewhere, they continued exchanging letters. The younger scholar reported progress in securing a printing arrangement in Nuremberg, a city known for scholarly works. Although pleased, Copernicus also felt a pang of anxiety. Handing his life's labour to a printer meant relinquishing control over its reception. He braced himself for potential fallout. Whispers among clerics suggested that a harsh reaction could come from those who read the Bible's celestial references as literal scientific statements. And yet, the same hush also contained flickers of curiosity. Many churchmen with an interest in astronomy had privately acknowledged that the intricacies of Ptolemaic astronomy challenged their credibility. Perhaps, in time, a new system, if persuasively presented, might find acceptance. Before sending the final draft to Nuremberg, Copernicus added finishing touches, refined planetary tables, a preface in measured tones, and clear proofs of each claim. He took solace in Rheticus's vow to oversee aspects of the publication, but as he sealed the last packet of manuscripts, he could not quell a tremor of apprehension. There was no telling how Europe, embroiled in Protestant Catholic tensions, would react to an idea that seemed to rewrite creation's script. In the printing shop, trouble stirred. Andreas Osiander, a Lutheran theologian and mathematician, was enlisted to help with the publication process. Osiander, without Copernicus's direct approval, affixed a preface suggesting that we should treat the new model as a mere hypothesis, not a literal truth. Intent on shielding Copernicus from persecution, or so he claimed, Osiander's note implied that the heliocentric arrangement was just a convenient way to calculate planetary positions. This ambivalence grated on those who knew Copernicus's genuine conviction. Rheticus, furious at the alteration, sought to rectify matters, but the printing presses were already in motion. Copies of De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium rolled out, some with Osiander's unauthorized preface front and centre. When word of this reached Copernicus in Frombork, he was too ill to mount a vigorous protest. Age and sickness had caught up with him. Friends noted that his once methodical pace of life now faltered as he confronted persistent fatigue and bouts of confusion. Still, his resolve did not break. He had done what he set out to do, placed the Earth in motion and the Sun in the centre, with rigorous math to back it. In spirit, he rejected Osiander's suggestion that it was mere theory. For Copernicus, careful observation and calculation had laid bare the architecture of the cosmos. His only regret was losing a measure of control over how the public first encountered his opus. As the printed volumes began their slow dissemination across Europe, the initial response was muted. Many readers found the text too dense to pass quickly. Some scholars examined the tables and geometry, intrigued but unsure if they dared endorse such a radical viewpoint. Others dismissed it out turmoil, citing scriptural or philosophical objections. Church officials, preoccupied with stamping out Protestant heresies, did not immediately focus on the treatise. A swirl of local controversies overshadowed Copernicus's cosmic claim. Meanwhile, in the hushed rooms of monastic libraries, a few inquisitive minds turned the pages with dawning realization. The logic was compelling. No matter how one tried to preserve geocentrism, the math kept pointing back to a sun-centered system. That a canon of the Church had authored such a text baffled some and inspired others. Indeed, whispers circulated that if a Catholic cleric could advocate a moving earth, perhaps the lines dividing faith and inquiry weren't as absolute as many believed. Back in Frombork, Copernicus's condition deteriorated. Accounts suggest he suffered a stroke. By May of 1543, he was largely bedridden, drifting in and out of clarity. Legend holds it that he received a bound copy of De Revolutionibus on his deathbed, though whether he recognised it is uncertain. Some say he opened it, saw the printed diagrams, and smiled faintly. Others claim he was barely conscious. The truth is lost in the haze of final hours. What remains certain is that he passed away soon after the book appeared. His life's work, once guarded in secret manuscripts, now circulated beyond his small domain. The seeds of revolution were in place, poised to challenge intellectual assumptions for generations to come, like a spark igniting a distant fuse. De Revolutionibus would not detonate instantly, but it carried a flame that would burn steadily through halls of learning. In those last days, Copernicus's name was not yet legendary. Few grasped the enormity of the events that had unfolded, but in that small cathedral town, an exhausted scholar had released into the world an idea both stark and beautiful, that Earth itself was but one traveller in a grand cosmic dance. And though his eyes closed before the storm broke, the echo of his insight would ripple onward, bridging ages of darkness and light. After Copernicus's passing, his book lingered in relative obscurity. In the year 1543, religious controversies in Europe overshadowed a treatise on planetary motions. Many copies of De Revolutionibus ended up in university libraries, occasionally browsed by curious readers but not instantly hailed as a landmark. The pace of change in astronomy proved slower than myth might suggest, yet word of a new cosmic theory spread across scholarly circles. Mathematicians and astronomers who tested Copernicus's geometry found it persuasive. Some disliked Osiander's preface, recognizing that Copernicus himself viewed the subject as more than a mere computational tool. Others felt uneasy endorsing a concept that could provoke church censure. Even so, the heliocentric proposition, once unthinkable, steadily gained attention. People wondered, if centuries of geocentrism had been mistaken, what else might we be wrong about? In the decades that followed, defenders of the Copernican system refined his work. Errors or approximations in planetary tables were corrected, often with better instruments than Copernicus had possessed. Young astronomers who never met him still found guidance in his pages. Building on the foundation he left behind, a handful of them wrote treatises supporting the heliocentric view, adding incremental proof with each fresh observation. Opposition, however, was not trivial. Traditionalists saw Copernicus's ideas as an affront to human dignity. If Earth spun through space, how did that align with the divinely ordained centre? Dogmatic interpretations of scripture hardened, and some influential theologians declared the new system unscriptural. In certain academic halls, supporters of Copernicus sparred with conservative voices who refused to surrender the old model. Quietly, a battle of paradigms began. One figure who championed Copernicus's heliocentrism was Galileo Galilei, born more than 20 years before Copernicus died. Galileo's telescopic observations, decades later, provided striking evidence: the phases of Venus, the moons of Jupiter, and the sunspots that shifted daily. Though Galileo's story would unfold in its own tumultuous way, he traced a lineage back to Copernicus. Galileo might never have defied convention by pointing his lens skyward in the absence of that earlier text. Despite Galileo's eventual condemnation, Copernicus's seeds continued to sprout. Johannes Kepler, another giant of astronomy, built on Copernican principles to demonstrate elliptical orbits. Those elliptical refinements improved predictions beyond Copernicus's original data. Each subsequent advance validated the notion that the Earth travelled around the Sun. Newton's physics would later bind it all together, showing how gravity governed these celestial dances, weaving Copernicus's revolution into the broader tapestry of scientific lore. As these luminaries pushed the limits of astronomy, Copernicus's name gradually gained a venerable glow. Scholars looked back on his cautious approach and saw wisdom. He had predicted resistance, recognized the perils of an epoch riven by religious strife, and still managed to publish an audacious claim. Over time, the memory of him as a timid canon in a remote cathedral town transformed into an image of the brave father of modern astronomy. In the centuries to come, the Church itself would revise its stance. Though official condemnations of heliocentrism emerged decades after Copernicus's death, they were eventually lifted, and his works found a place in Catholic scholarship. That shift was neither swift nor simple, but it underscored how even massive institutions could adapt to new evidence, given enough time and debate. Legends about Copernicus blossomed. Some painted him as an unacknowledged rebel, others as a devout servant of the Church who happened upon a startling truth. The reality was more nuanced. He was part of a lineage: ancient Greek astronomers, Islamic mathematicians, and European scholars all contributed pieces of the puzzle he finally assembled. Yet he was the one who broke from the gravitational pull of tradition, suggesting that Earth soared through space rather than resting at creation's centre. Today, in Turin, visitors see statues and plaques celebrating the hometown astronomer. His name adorns craters on the moon, testifying to his lasting imprint on our knowledge of the heavens. Schoolchildren learn of his achievements, often without grasping the centuries of struggle it took for his ideas to triumph. In the broader sweep of history, his story warns us that even widely held beliefs can crumble under the weight of rigorous observation and honest inquiry. And so, Nicolaus Copernicus's life underscores the power of quiet determination. He served as a canon, healed the sick, balanced church finances, and, through it all, reinterpreted the universe. Though he never saw the full upheaval his book would create, he lit the fuse. In the end, his legacy transcended his age, forging pathways for thinkers bold enough to look upward and question the obvious. By repositioning Earth among the stars, he gave humankind a gift both humbling and liberating. The realization that our vantage point is but one corner of a vast cosmic stage. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Le Maire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme, failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark: André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalising phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly. But some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, there was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognised the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable. Even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter, there was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door. So he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one but 2 gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sail caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control, so... One evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognised him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Orleans, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes. This behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of the irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated and the crop steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar. He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticised, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognised the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realised how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organising cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She maneuvered through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne, despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral and subadmiral, outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the Queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally. It was a chilly afternoon in South London at the turn of the 20th century, where a slight boy named Charlie scans the streets for small wonders. Thick soot hangs in the air, dulling wan sunlight. Cobblestone roads gleam with recent rain, while horse-drawn carriages clatter by. Passers-bys rarely notice Charlie, yet there's a glimmer in his eyes, a hint he sees possibilities others miss. At home, life is tenuous. His father, Charles Chaplin Sr., once sang in music halls, but that promise has dimmed beneath alcohol and regret. Charlie remembers nights when his father's lullabies softened the cramped walls, and others have muttered arguments. Meanwhile, his mother, Hannah, struggles to maintain equilibrium in her own fragile world. She once performed too, and sometimes urges Charlie to mimic everyday oddities. Other times, she vanishes into a haze, leaving him to wonder if his antics can reach her. Charlie hones his observational skills in their tiny flat. A single candle flickers in the hearth, casting shadows that inspire makeshift performances. He imitates a neighbour's theatrical gestures or a local gentleman's pompous stride, earning a weary smile from Hannah. Outside, Lambeth's narrow streets become his stage. He notes the lamplighter's angled stance, a stray dog's bark, the swirl of a violin from a pub. Where others see grime, he sees comedic fodder. His older half-brother, Sidney, is more practical, working odd jobs and scolding Charlie for daydreaming. However, even Sidney is unable to overlook Charlie's ability to elicit laughter with a simple roll of the eyes or a humorous bow. Their bond, forged by hunger and transience, is a fragile lifeline. When hunger gnaws louder than any applause, Charlie lurks behind a local theatre. He peers through half-closed doors at rehearsals, mesmerised by fluttering curtains and swirling costumes. Sometimes a stagehand shoos him away, other times he's allowed a few minutes to soak in the magic. Back home, he reenacts what he's witnessed, stumbling in time to imaginary music or making Hannah chuckle with a pratfall. Poverty grows relentless. Hannah's grip on reality wavers until authorities intervene, placing Charlie in a workhouse. The regimented routine is harsh, a stark contrast to the cramped flat. Yet he refuses to be crushed. Late at night, he entertains the other children by mimicking the warden's stiff poses or parodying petty quarrels. Laughter becomes a brief reprieve from fear. After his workhouse stint, Charlie returns to a London changed by his mother's decline. He finds a spot in a children's dance troupe by mixing clumsy flailing with sudden bursts of comedic timing. That audition marks his first real step onto a public stage. The touring schedule is grueling, cramped trains, threadbare costumes, but applause, however faint, sparks new hope. Sidney helps manage what little they earn, convinced show business might be their only escape from poverty. Charlie's comedic flair grows, shaped by the everyday misfortunes he observes. If he sees a fruit seller trip, he'll practice that motion later, perfecting it until it's hilarious yet strangely touching. Each pratfall or wide-eyed stare draws from real life, turning ordinary mishaps into moments that transcend dire circumstances. Though the future remains uncertain, Charlie's heart beats to the tempo of creative mischief. Even as he frets over Hannah's well-being, he senses destiny tugging him forward. The boy with the curious gaze is no mere spectator. He's an alchemist, spinning hardship into comedic vignettes. These youthful experiments foreshadow a voice that will one day captivate audiences worldwide. For now, Charlie stages any street corner he can find, and his greatest reward is the unifying power of shared laughter. He still remembers how his father's lullabies once soared through the night, a momentary balm against hunger pangs and the bitter taste of fear. Sometimes, just before dawn, Charlie would lie awake, dreaming of a stage where sorrow could be recast as joy. In these idle moments, he memorized the rhythms of laughter, how it could erupt from even the bleakest circumstances. If a drunken neighbor stumbled, Charlie transformed it into a dance step that sparked grins. No matter how drab the alleyways, he found a spark to kindle his imagination. He sensed a well-timed tumble could lift weary spirits, even briefly. Those small victories fueled him. Amid the city's grey skies and lingering coal dust, Charlie found colour in humour, layering each new insight into his evolving repertoire. Unbeknownst to the crowds who passed him by, he was already practising for a role far larger than any shabby stay could contain. He was resolute. Charlie's mother, Hannah, succumbs to deeper mental fragility, and officials place him in a workhouse. Suddenly, the cramped familiarity of home is replaced by rigid schedules and faceless corridors. Children cry quietly, their hope eroding under stern watch. In this dreary labyrinth, Charlie clings to memories of Hannah's half-smiles and the musty warmth of dimly lit music halls. At night, he entertains the other kids, imitating wardens or reenacting staff disputes. Laughter, however faint, punctures the gloom. His stay is brief, thanks to sympathetic relatives who reunite him with Sydney. But Hannah's condition has worsened. At times, she acknowledges them, but at other moments, her own sorrow overwhelms her. Charlie's small comedic routines become lifelines, offering a glimmer of normalcy when all else fades. He auditions for a children's dance troupe with raw comedic timing, stumbling and flailing in ways that somehow shine. Despite threadbare clothes, he stands out, capturing the leader's curiosity. Soon, he tours dingy stages and half-full halls. Applause, however modest, affirms that he's more than his circumstances. Sydney manages logistics, scrounging for bookings. Both believe that if Charlie can succeed, they might secure better care for Hannah. Charlie refines each movement, storing real-life encounters for future skits. A pompous conductor or a clumsy fruit vendor sparks new routines. Observing life's contradictions becomes second nature. The schedule is grueling, nights in cold rooms, uncertain pay, unpredictable crowds. Yet each performance is a chance to spark joy. He learns timing is vital. Hold a pose too long and the gag falls flat. Collaboration with fellow acts teaches him to blend multiple comedic beats into a cohesive show. Hannah remains in his thoughts. Letters from home describe her fluctuating moods. Each laugh he conjures feels like a plea for her recovery, a silent vow to return triumphant. Through comedic alchemy, he tries to transform personal anguish into fleeting happiness. Small theatre ads begin to mention his name, labelling him an energetic comic. He meets older performers, many jaded by showbiz. Seeing their cynicism, Charlie resolves to remain hopeful. Performance, he believes, can be more than a paycheck. It can be an escape from bleakness. Though still young, he feels pressure to evolve. As the troupe's childlike novelty wears off, he adapts, weaving physical comedy into more refined sketches. He notices audiences respond to sincerity, even amid pratfalls. He aims to bridge the gap between comedic caricature and heartfelt empathy, so that wealthy patrons and struggling labourers alike find a piece of themselves in his act. A fresh uncertainty lingers. Adolescence creeps in, and he wonders how long he can play the endearing child. Yet each new show steels his resolve. He's tasted the rush of approval and the ache of indifference. Both drive him forward. Through it all, Hannah's plight remains the quiet drumbeat beneath every routine. Sydney's unwavering faith helps Charlie persevere. It's not just ambition fueling him, it's a sense of responsibility that has him perfecting pratfalls long after others stop rehearsing. If performance can grant even a fleeting reprieve from misery, Charlie is determined to seize it. By the close of this chapter, he stands at a threshold. Show business offers a path he can't fully envision, yet its promise glows brighter than any alternative. Each time he stumbles on stage, the audience's laughter reassures him that life need not be defined by poverty and sorrow. He's found a portal to possibility, one that might lift Hannah from her despair and validate the dreams he cradles. Without fanfare, Charlie ventures onward, believing in the subtle power of laughter to reshape a fate long overshadowed by hardship. He meticulously observes how a silence can intensify a punchline, or how a single raised eyebrow can convey a powerful message. During dreary train rides, he imagines new scenarios that blend humour with pathos, each crafted to nudge the audience's hearts. Sometimes, stagehands roll their eyes at his perfectionism, but Charlie feels compelled to push his talent further. He learns to spot a crowd's energy from the wings, guessing whether they crave slapstick or subtler pantomime. During these early years, he begins to understand the transformative power of comedy. It serves as a comfort against fear and a subtle jab at life's harsh realities. Even the simplest gag can spark unity among strangers. What began as a mere means to eat and survive now feels like a calling that transcends the drabness of London's underbelly. For Charlie, each new routine is a promise that better days might lie ahead. He yearns to be a spark, igniting hope wherever shadows. Charlie's teenage years arrive with dizzying changes. His time in small revues and children's troupes evolves into appearances at modest music halls. He expands his comedic repertoire, practicing pratfalls and silent gags in threadbare dressing rooms. In each performance, he earns an uncanny ability to mimic life's quirks, be it the haughty nod of a station master or the timid shuffle of a stray dog. Every odd job or peculiar encounter in London's streets provides him with new material to refine. Money remains scarce, and Hannah's health teeters, yet Charlie's sense of purpose intensifies. He's drawn to the spotlight, not just for applause, but for the electricity it brings, a fleeting connection between performer and audience that feels transformative. Sydney stays close, offering both fraternal advice and business acumen. They share an unspoken pact to keep Hannah's well-being at the forefront of their ambitions. If Charlie can climb higher in the entertainment world, perhaps there will be funds to secure better care for her. Opportunity soon knocks in the form of a vaudeville act looking for fresh talent. Charlie seizes the chance. Stepping into a larger circuit that promises slightly better wages and exposure, he discovers an industry brimming with eccentric personalities. Jaded comedians who cling to worn-out routines, dancers who sparkle on stage but sob in back alleys, and promoters who talk of fame but pay with coins that barely cover a meal. Charlie navigates it all with a mix of wonder and guarded optimism, gleaning hard lessons about showbiz's fickle nature. On stage, he amplifies his comedic style. His routines feature rapid-fire physical antics interspersed with brief moments of pathos, a balance that intrigues audiences. Unlike some comedians who rely solely on slapstick, Charlie finds that a touch of vulnerability elicits deeper laughter, a camaraderie that bridges social divides. Even the rowdiest crowds quiet when he punctuates a bumbling pratfall with a wistful look, as though yearning for a gentler world. This blend of humour and heart gradually becomes his calling card, a nascent hint of what he'll later perfect in silent cinema. Travelling across England, he sees communities battered by the inequality and jobs lost to new machinery. It resonates with his memories of squalor and hunger, and he weaves these realities into his sketches. Sometimes, a simple gesture, a battered hat doffed at just the right moment, leaves an audience laughing yet oddly moved. He senses that comedy can highlight life's injustices without preaching. The applause that ensues frequently carries a hint of relief, as if laughter serves as the sole remedy for a chaotic world. Then, the Fred Karno Company beckons. Known for elaborate slapstick sketches and precise comedic timing, Karno's troupe is respected in vaudeville circles. After a swift audition in a cramped rehearsal room, Charlie is hired. Instantly, he steps into an environment where discipline matters as much as inspiration. Rehearsals stretch late into the night, every tumble carefully choreographed. Karno insists on meticulous synchronization. No comedic beat is left to chance. Charlie revels in this rigorous approach, discovering that the best gags require exact timing and intense focus. Karno's ensemble soon prepares to tour America, a land of mythic proportions in Charlie's eyes. Crossing the Atlantic on a crowded steamship, he feels the hum of possibility. The moment he steps onto American soil, he's overwhelmed by the frenetic energy of New York City. Towering skyscrapers, flashing electric lights, and melting pot neighborhoods ignite his curiosity. As Karno's troupe traverses the vaudeville circuit, Charlie devours fresh inspirations, the swagger of street vendors, the lilting drawl in a Mississippi town, and the raucous laughter of Midwestern audiences, performing night after night. He refines his craft under the pressure of instantaneous audience feedback. American theatregoers are rowdier and quicker to judge, but also lavish in their praise if they sense authenticity. Charlie's brand of physical comedy, tinged with empathy, resonates across state lines. He relishes each stage as a blank canvas to test new moves, contort his face into improbable expressions and spark roars of laughter. Here, pantomime transcends language. He doesn't need words to communicate longing, mischief, or sorrow. Between shows, he writes letters to Sidney, who remains in England to watch over Hannah. The updates brim with excitement at his American experiences, yet a thread of worry snakes through every line. Charlie wonders if each successful performance might bring him a step closer to the stability they crave, or if show business is as precarious in the States as it was back home. When the troupe reaches California, sun-drenched and teeming with new film studios, he grows restless. Rumours abound that moving pictures are the future of entertainment. While some older comics scoff, Charlie senses a fresh frontier. If he can convey so much with a simple gesture on stage, imagine what he could accomplish on camera, where expressions can be magnified for all to see. At the conclusion of the tour, Charlie finds himself in a precarious situation. Vaudeville has sharpened his comedic instincts, but the emerging world of film entices him. He's spent years learning how to craft a story with stumbles and glances rather than words. In this new medium, such skills might find their perfect home. Unsure how or when, he clings to the hope that his path will soon lead to film, a place where his silent eloquence might speak volumes. In his pocket, he keeps a note from Sidney detailing Hannah's improving spirits. That alone fortifies him. Each passing show intensifies his sense of a destiny he's just beginning to envision. Fortunately, Max Sennett, the head of the Keystone Film Company, notices Charlie's increasingly captivating stage presence. Intrigued by the wiry comedian who stirs laughter with a twitch of an eyebrow, Sennett offers him a short-term contract. Hesitant yet curious, Charlie steps onto a Keystone set in early 1914, surrounded by banana peels, frenzied chases, and broad slapstick scenes. The chaos is exhilarating, but the film process is unlike anything he's known. There's no native audio or audience to gauge his performance, just a camera that captures every move in stark finality. He soon embraces the novelty of it. Film allows multiple takes and close-ups that highlight his subtle expressions. Where vaudeville demanded exaggerated gestures to reach the back row, the camera reveals nuance, an eye roll, a knowing smirk, a delayed double take. Charlie revels in these details, quickly learning to craft comedic moments that linger. Audiences see these short reels in Nickelodeons across the country, giggling at the ungainly newcomer whose rubbery movements and distinctive moustache leave a lasting impression. Keystone churns out comedies at breakneck speed. The storylines are paper-thin, a love triangle here, a pie fight there, car chases zigzagging through city streets. Charlie, however, suspects that slapstick can be more than mere chaos. When he's given leeway to direct, he experiments, injecting small doses of empathy into the humour. A fleeting moment where his character sighs or appears embarrassed adds emotional texture to the pratfalls. Before long, his bowler hat, oversized pants and cane transform into a recognisable persona, still unnamed but undeniably distinct. He invests it with a humanity that resonates, even in the midst of Keystone's manic energy. Fame creeps up on him. Moviegoers start referring to him as the little fellow or the tramp, enthralled by his comedic oddities. Newspapers run blurbs praising his rubber-limbed antics. Charlie is still young and uncertain, yet he can't deny the sweet rush of public adoration. He sends bigger money orders back home, hoping Sidney can keep Hannah comfortable. Each success feels like a lifeline extended to the mother he fears he may never see fully healed. However, success within Keystone brings friction. The studio has its established methods, fast production, broad comedy, and Sennett grows uneasy with Charlie's desire for more control. Tensions rise when Charlie requests extra time to perfect a gag or begs for an additional shot to highlight a subtle reaction. While Sennett appreciates box office returns, he views Charlie's meticulous approach as disruptive. There are grumblings among the other comedians too, some of whom resent his rapid rise, yet Charlie can't help pushing boundaries. He believes that true comedy emerges from sincerity, not just frantic minor movement. Eventually, lured by a more generous offer, Charlie leaves Keystone for the S&A Film Manufacturing Company. There, he negotiates greater creative freedom. It's at S&A that he refines the tramp persona, melding slapstick with pathos in ways that both tickle and tug at the heart. Films like The Tramp and Work introduce audiences to a bumbling yet noble character who combats life's indignities with resilience. In these shorts, Charlie's comedic set pieces dance hand in hand with quiet moments of longing, ensuring viewers laugh even as they sense a deeper undercurrent of vulnerability. Critics soon hail him as a comedic genius. His paychecks swell, studios scramble to outbid each other, and fans clamour for the next release. Yet behind the scenes, Charlie grapples with isolation. Hollywood's glitz doesn't erase his memories of threadbare clothes, or the heartbreak of seeing Hannah slip away. Private dinners with industry magnates feel hollow, overshadowed by a longing for genuine connection. He writes letters to Sydney, pouring out doubts about whether he's simply dressing up old poverty in new silk, or if he's truly forging a path that matters. When he signs with the Mutual Film Corporation in 1916, the salary is astronomical for its time. More importantly, he secures near total autonomy on set. He directs, writes, stars, and even begins so composing musical cues. This level of control, unheard of for most entertainers, lets him craft two real comedies that blend clowning with incisive satire. Each short film boldly explores comedic boundaries, all the while retaining an undeniable tenderness at its core. The public, eager for such inventive humour, devours them. By the close of Part 4, Charlie stands not just as a stage performer who dabbled in film, but as a movie pioneer shaping the language of silent comedy. His trademark shuffle, cane twirl, and half smile enchant audiences worldwide. Still, he's restless. The medium brims with unrealised potential, and he wants to test its limits. Even as he savours each new project, a spark in him yearns for something grander, a longer format to explore deeper narratives without sacrificing laughter. The worry that fortunes can change abruptly hovers in the back of his mind. But for now, in those silent reels, he's found an outlet for the empathy and mischief he first nurtured on London streets. With each new contract, Charlie's creative aspirations escalate. Mutual grants him near complete freedom, and his two reel comedies draw record profits. His Chaplin studios soon rise in Los Angeles, a testament to how far he's come from Lambeth's soot-laden alleys. Here, he fashions sets on a whim and refines comedic bits to exacting degrees. Prop men scramble to satisfy his sudden inspirations, while extras wait, intrigued by his meticulous approach. Some marvel at his devotion to scenes that run only a few minutes on screen, but Charlie insists every frame carry his unmistakable stamp. Now that he earns a fortune, Hollywood's high life beckons, yet he feels uneasy about opulence. Those who endured real poverty rarely shake its memory. Charlie prefers to pour resources into perfecting each film. His silent creations, like Easy Street or The Immigrant, layer pratfalls with social commentary. Even as audiences howl with laughter, they glimpse heartbreak in the tramp's eyes, the reflection of a man who's known desperation. Critics praise his artistry, calling his work a blend of whimsy and empathy, a comedic mirror held up to the tumult of everyday life. However, just as he settles into his routine, a sudden shift occurs. The silent era stands on the verge of a seismic transformation, the invention of talkies. Some studios embrace recorded sound with giddy excitement, certain it will revolutionize film. Others fear it might cheapen the universal language of pantomime. Charlie watches these developments warily. His art relies on expressive gesture. Wouldn't spoken dialogue fragment the broad appeal that made the tramp beloved worldwide? He's torn between clinging to silence and experimenting with sound. For a time, he sidesteps the issue by pushing silent film to new heights. Shoulder Arms, set amid the trenches of World War I, merges slapstick with the wartime satire, resonating with soldiers and families seeking a glimmer of hope in dark times. Audiences hail it as a testament to comedy's power to sustain morale. His studio becomes a bustling creative hive. Carpenters hammer away at elaborate sets, while musical directors work in tandem to ensure that live orchestras can perfectly underscore each comedic beat. As the 1920s roar on, silent cinema flowers, and Charlie stands at its pinnacle. Alongside other legends, he's revered for forging a distinct comedic grammar, close-ups that capture a flicker of pathos, comedic sequences that unfold like orchestrated ballets. Yet the clamour for sound intensifies. Films like The Jazz Singer stun Hollywood by demonstrating that moviegoers will pay to hear performers speak and sing. Investors in Charlie's ventures become restless, doubting his ability to navigate the new sonic storm. Unwilling to jump blindly, Charlie moves cautiously. His next major project, The Circus, remains silent, showcasing the tramp amid lion cages and high-wire antics. The production is fraught, financial woes, technical snags, and a dissolving marriage all burden Charlie's spirit. However, despite his constant editing and re-editing, the core of the comedy remains unwavering. When the film premieres in 1928, audiences roar with laughter and tears. For Charlie, it's validation that silence, if wielded thoughtfully, can still conquer hearts. Behind the scenes, he wrestles with personal turbulence. Tabloids feast on his tumultuous romances, painting him as both genius and scoundrel. Hollywood thrives on scandal, and Charlie's rising fame makes him a prime target. He yearns for a quiet refuge to develop his ideas without constant scrutiny. Instead, he juggles public expectations, legal entanglements, and the relentless pulse of show business. Though reclusive by nature, he forces himself to mingle at lavish parties, aware that isolation can be as perilous as exposure. Gradually, he warms to the possibilities of sound, provided it can enhance rather than overshadow the silent charms of his tramp. By the end of the decade, he's toying with the idea of partially synchronized scores, using orchestras and effects to accentuate, not replace, pantomime. The talkies persist in their assault, yet Charlie decides to confront them according to his own terms. His worldview insists that laughter needs no translation, that a raised eyebrow or sly grin can transcend barriers words might construct. As the 1930s approach, Charlie contemplates taking bolder risks. Silent shorts have sufficed thus far, but cinematic evolution beckons him to attempt larger, more cohesive stories. Society, too, is in flux, teetering from the affluence of the Roaring Twenties toward ominous economic shadows. If the tramp was once a whimsical figure scrounging for dignity, perhaps now he might speak for an entire generation on the brink of upheaval. Standing atop the industry he helped define, Charlie faces the question: how to keep silent film's poetic essence alive while stepping into a future brimming with sound. The Great Depression grinds the world down, yet Charlie presses on, determined to show that humour can still provide solace. Despite intensifying pressure to produce talkies, he chooses to release City Lights in 1931, nearly silent except for a musical score and a few sound effects. Many in Hollywood consider him foolhardy, warning that audiences now crave spoken dialogue. Charlie ignores them. The tale of the tramp and a blind flower girl unfolds in pantomime, underscored by poignant music. At the premiere, the audience's reaction is electric. Some weep, others cheer, but all rise to applaud a film that reaffirms silent cinema's unique power. Bolstered by City Lights, Charlie attempts a daring encore with Modern Times, released in 1936. Once again, the tramp remains essentially voiceless, caught in a whirlwind of assembly lines, gears, and mechanized modernity. The film skewers industrial dehumanization, reflecting the anxieties of a workforce battered by the Depression. As comedic as it is, Modern Times bristles with social commentary, drawing on Charlie's own memories of poverty. The final frame, with the tramp wandering an open road, suggests a blend of hope and uncertainty emblematic of the era. Yet the political climate darkens further. Totalitarian regimes rise in Europe and war clouds loom. Charlie, who has always viewed humour as a universal unifier, now feels compelled to act. He pours his energies into The Great Dictator, a bold satire targeting fascism. This time he speaks. Casting himself as both a ruthless dictator and a humble Jewish barber, he delivers monologues that lampoon tyranny and plead for common humanity. Critics wonder if the public will accept him in a role so overtly political. But upon its 1940 release, the film provokes huge debate and garners massive acclaim. The final speech, an impassioned call for empathy, becomes one of cinema's most memorable moments. This newfound outspokenness, however, places Charlie in the crosshairs of an American society entering a period of heightened paranoia. As war escalates, patriotism takes on rigid contours. Charlie's British citizenship and vocal opinions on global affairs spark suspicion. Gossip magazines spin narratives about his private life, labelling him a radical or worse. The FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, compiles files on him. His open disdain for bigotry and his sympathy for the underprivileged are recast by some as communist sympathies. Even so, Charlie clings to the belief that laughter can diffuse hatred. He attends charity events, pushes for war relief efforts, and speaks out against discrimination. Meanwhile, personal setbacks mount. Controversial relationships, painful divorces, and grueling legal battles keep him in the headlines. He tries to shield his children from the spectacle, wrestling with the chasm between his comedic persona and the scrutiny that dogs him day and night. His extravagant lifestyle, once a symbol of success, now feeds criticism. Enemies portray him as an out-of-touch celebrity meddling in political issues. With the end of World War II, relief is short-lived. A fresh wave of suspicion engulfs Hollywood as the Cold War dawns. Government committees investigate subversive elements in entertainment, and Charlie's name surfaces repeatedly. He defends himself in newspapers, maintaining his stance that comedy must be free to question authority. Still, the tide of public opinion begins to shift. Audiences that once embraced his universal humour grow uneasy at the glare of controversy, leaving Charlie torn between speaking his conscience and preserving his beloved tramp's image. Under these pressures, he completes Monsieur Verdoux, a dark comedy exploring the ethics of murder for profit. Audiences, expecting playful slapstick, are jarred by the film's biting social commentary. Reviews are mixed, and critics argue over whether Charlie has gone too far. Some hail the film as bold satire, others label it unpatriotic. The box office takes a hit. Charlie notices that for the first time in decades his work struggles to find unqualified acclaim. Compounding his woes, the government questions his moral fitness to remain in the country. Departing for the European premiere of Limelight, he learns mid-voyage that his re-entry permit has been revoked. Effectively exiled from the nation where he built his career, Charlie grapples with the realization that the comedic persona cherished by millions has become politically untenable. Headlines proclaim him a banished provocateur, while supporters decry the move as an injustice. Stunned but unbowed, he settles in Switzerland, left to wonder how the tramp's gentle spirit led to such conflict. Switzerland's quiet lakes and lofty peaks become Charlie's new backdrop, a stark contrast to the glare of Hollywood Klieg lights. Denied re-entry to the United States, he settles with his family in a spacious estate, hoping to find peace. Yet even from this alpine refuge he feels the sting of exile. Newspapers worldwide clamour for comment on his banishment. Some condemn America's actions, seeing paranoia run amok. Others chastise Charlie for voicing political views that overstepped his comedic domain. Despite the swirl of controversy, he refuses to retire in bitterness. He channels his restless creativity into new projects, penning ideas for films and writing reflective articles. Time, once a scarce resource in Hollywood's ceaseless churn, now stretches out. He strolls through Swiss villages, occasionally recognised by locals. While no longer hounded by paparazzi, he senses the ache of severed roots. The nation he once considered a second home has slammed its doors, and he wonders if the tramp's universal appeal holds any sway in an era so divided by ideology. In 1957, Charlie releases A King in New York, a satirical jab at American commercialism and paranoia. Filmed in Europe, it portrays a dethroned monarch bewildered by a society obsessed with television ads and witch hunts. Critics see a thinly veiled reflection of Charlie's own banishment. In America, distribution is spotty, with some theatres refusing to show the film. Overseas, it draws praise for its wit, if also sadness at how personal the subject matter feels. Through biting humour, Charlie processes his disillusionment. Meanwhile, his personal life finds stability with his wife, Una O'Neill, 2 decades his junior yet a nurturing presence. Their growing family fills the Swiss estate with laughter, a solace that eases the sting of isolation. Charlie's children know him as a sometimes strict, always imaginative father who regales them with improvised pantomimes. He composes music and revisits past triumphs, gradually shaping the narrative that will become his autobiography. Though ostracised by some, he remains beloved by many abroad, receiving invitations to film retrospectives that hail him as a pioneer of cinematic art. Once McCarthyism fades, the political landscape shifts, leading revisionist perspectives to perceive Charlie's exile as a tragic overreach. Young critics rediscover his silent classics, enthralled by the physical genius that transcends language. University film clubs screen The Gold Rush and City Lights, sparking debates on how comedy can blend with social insight. Students pen essays dissecting the tramp's endearing shuffle, passing each comedic beat as a subtle stand against tyranny and despair. As the 1960s roll into the 1970s, reverence for Charlie Chaplin swells anew. Hollywood, bruised by past fanaticism, grows eager to reconcile. In 1972, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences extends an olive branch, an honorary Oscar for his immeasurable contributions to film. Nervous yet touched, Charlie ventures back to the United States for the first time in 2 decades. Stepping onto the Oscar stage, he receives a prolonged standing ovation. Stars, directors, and longtime fans erupt in cheers, wiping tears as the once-shunned legend stands frail but dignified. Overcome, Charlie offers a humble bow, and for a moment it's as if the storms of suspicion and anger never raged. Returning to Switzerland, he lives out his final years in relative peace. While he continues to write, compose, and occasionally entertain friends with impromptu routines, his days of cinematic glory are largely behind him. Yet the world refuses to forget his legacy. Fans from every continent make pilgrimages to pay homage, some leaving heartfelt letters at his gate. They speak of how the tramp's comedic resilience gave them hope in hard times. Charlie's eyes still light up at the notion that simple pantomime can thread together disparate souls. On Christmas Day 1977, Charlie Chaplin sadly passed away in his sleep. Tributes poured in, bridging cultural divides that once loomed so large. No one can deny the colossal imprint he left on cinema and on laughter itself. Across decades of triumph, scandal and exile, he insisted that humour was more than escapism. It was a lifeline, a mirror, a gentle nudge toward empathy. From the cramped tenements of South London to sold-out theatres around the globe, Charlie's journey testified that even the humblest beginnings can spark a revolution of joy. The tramp, that perpetual underdog, endures as a symbol of resilience in a world quick to judge and slow to forgive. And in the hush that follows his passing, countless admirers recall the quiet dignity and timeless mischief of man who spoke volumes, whether he chose to speak aloud or not. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, Certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionised medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal. locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilised Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstroke survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognised. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realised that he had conceptualised flying machines, armoured vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistance as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realized marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with micro-failures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry, deeply respectful of Christian doctrine. He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough.